Her brother's best friend. Written by Hannah Jo Abbott. Copyright Hannah Jo Abbott. Chapter 1. Emily Franklin had been a bridesmaid more times than she could count. She faced the mirror in the dressing room of the bridal and looked at herself in the pale pink, floor-length dress. She should be excited. And she was, really. Being a maid of honor was exciting, but how many people got to stand up at the wedding of their best friend and their own brother? Yes, she was happy for Allie and Jackson. She loved them. Why wouldn't she be happy? Emily sighed. Maybe it was because she was starting to believe she would never stand in front of a mirror like this in a wedding dress that wasn't for a bridesmaid. Are you coming out? I want to see it, Allie called from the other side of the door. Emily put on a smile. Yes, she was happy for her friend. Today was about Allie, not Emily. Coming, she called out, her voice cheerful. She opened the door and revealed the dress. Allie raised her fingertips to her lips and gasped softly. Emily watched as her best friend and roommate's eyes glistened. She had been pretty emotional about all the wedding planning. Emily had also tried on 6 other dresses, so she wasn't getting her hopes up yet. Allie nodded and Emily turned in a circle. That's the one. Emily's eyebrows shot up. Really? Are you sure? What about the strapless one? No, this is it. I'm sure. Emily turned to face another wall of mirrors. She admired the silky look of the gown and the way it moved elegantly as she took a few steps. The neckline formed a V, and she had to admit it looked classy and feminine. She pushed her long blonde hair behind her shoulders and tilted her head as she looked at herself in the mirror. Allie squealed behind her. This is the dress you're going to wear in my wedding. Emily smiled as she turned and the two embraced. They had dreamed of this event together since their freshman year of college when they first became roommates. It had taken a few more years than they expected, but it was finally here. For Allie, anyway. Allie wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. Can you believe it? Emily nodded. I can. It's going to be perfect, Allie. I don't care if it's perfect, I'm just happy. Allie had struggled for a long time with controlling every detail of her life. Emily was glad to see Allie be able to relax a bit and not worry so much. Even if she still liked things a certain way. Who knows? Allie shrugged. Maybe you'll meet someone at the wedding. In that dress, you'll be the envy of everyone there. Emily laughed as she reached for Ollie's hand and gave it a squeeze. Nope, that honor is reserved for you, my friend. Coleman Sanford hadn't been in very many weddings, but as he slipped on the tux for the fitting, he knew it was a good look for him. He grinned as his best friend, Jackson, clapped a hand on his shoulder. Think you can handle wearing the monkey suit for a day? Jackson asked. Coleman, Cole for short, nodded, sure thing. I just might catch a date in this thing. Jackson laughed. Don't go breaking any hearts at my wedding. These are our family and friends, you know. Cole's palm flew to his chest as if he was wounded. Me? Break hearts? Never. Jackson pointed a finger in his face. Not never. What about Ellen Lewis? That was a pure misunderstanding. Cole held up his hands to show his innocence. Jackson laughed. Was the misunderstanding that she thought it was a serious relationship and you didn't? Cole shook his head. We went on 4 dates, man. 4. I never told her it was serious. She got that idea all on her own. And then you freaked out at the thought. Listen, I know this marriage thing is going to be great for you. I'm just not sure it's for me. You'll change your mind when you meet the right girl. Maybe so, Cole said. But I'm not planning on it. For now, this is all about you, man. Do I look good enough to stand up next to you? Sure thing, Jackson said. You think you'll be able to handle being in a church long enough for the ceremony? Cole let out a laugh. No problem. Just 'cause I don't believe in it doesn't mean it bothers me. I'm happy for you that you have something to hold on to. It's just not for me. You know I disagree. I believe it's for everyone. And I hope one day you'll know that too. Cole put a hand on his friend's shoulder. I appreciate that, man. I don't think I will, but it means a lot to me that you hope for it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Can we talk about the bridal shower? Allie asked. She and Emily had just taken seats at a coffee shop not far from the bridal store. It had already been a full day of wedding planning. Emily was feeling overwhelmed, but she nodded anyway as she took a sip of coffee. Sure. Great. Allie reached in her oversized handbag and pulled out a pink binder. She flipped to a section in the back. Jackson and I have been talking about it, and we feel like it's a shame that a lot of our events are separate. Mum, Emily said. And you two just can't bear to be apart. Allie blushed. We do like to spend time together. So we talked about the idea of having a couple's shower. That way we can both come and invite all our friends to celebrate together. Emily leaned over and tried to read the notes on the page, but it was confusing upside down. And you already have some ideas? Allie held her hands up. Just some suggestions from my mom and other events we've been to in the past. But you can do whatever you want. You're the maid of honor. Allie flashed a smile. You know the most important thing to me is the food. And you're the most talented chef I know. But I don't want you to stress about the food for this party. I want you to enjoy yourself. So Emily, please at least think about letting someone else do the food. Or at the bare minimum help out. Emily patted her hand. I promise. And there's one more thing. What's that? Since it's a couple's shower, we thought it would be good if it was planned by the maid of honor, that's me. Emily pointed her thumbs at herself. Allie bit her lip. Her eyes twinkled as she continued, and by the best man. Emily almost choked on her coffee. Coleman? Yes, why not? He knows Jackson better than anybody, and he could be a big help. Plus he'll keep things from being too girly. Emily hoped her face didn't flush. That was the understatement of the century. Coleman was as manly as they come. He would certainly bring a masculine flair to the event. But how in the world could she plan an event with him? She could barely be in his presence without blushing every few seconds. She knew there could never be anything between them, but that didn't stop her heart from kicking up a notch every time he smiled at her. Still, she couldn't say no to Ollie's request. She cleared her throat and hoped her cheeks were a normal color as she spoke. Sure, sounds great. Allie beamed. Thanks, Em. She had taken to using Jackson's name for her a lot lately. It's all so exciting, the wedding planning I mean, but I'm most excited about celebrating with everyone. So I'm looking forward to the shower. She lifted one shoulder as she spoke. Besides, it will be good for you and Cole to get to know each other better. Emily's eyes grew wide. Why would Allie say that? Did she know that Emily had always had a crush on him? I mean, Cole is Jackson's best friend, and you're my best friend. It's nice for everyone to be friends together. Plus you'll be spending time together at the wedding events. Emily blinked several times. Right, it's nice. Of course Allie wouldn't think of pushing her and Cole together. Emily was just Jackson's sister, and Cole could have any girl he wanted. No, Emily would focus on making the couple's shower the best party for her best friend and her brother. And she wouldn't think any more about her brother's attractive best friend. Chapter 2. Emily pulled the straps of her bag up on her shoulder and gripped them with both hands. Did that look casual or nervous? She let out a deep breath and told herself to just walk in. She gripped the handle and opened the door to the restaurant. It felt strange to walk through the front instead of the back door where she normally went to work. The kitchen was familiar and comforting. But she wasn't working, and she didn't feel right about going through the kitchen without her chef's jacket and her hair pulled up in a bun. She wished she were wearing her uniform now though. At least then she wouldn't have had to think through 10 different outfits before she chose the light blue tunic and black leggings. She had chosen to wear her long blonde hair down for a change. Her pulse picked up speed as she walked into the dining room, then thudded as she laid eyes on him. There he was. Coleman Sanford. How did he do it? Look so effortless and comfortable, while she felt every ounce of effort and still constantly second-guessed herself? He had one arm over the chair beside him and he sat leaning back, gazing out the window. His sandy blonde hair looked perfect. He could have been a model if he wanted. He turned his gaze toward her and smiled when he saw her. If Emily were one of her chocolate lava cakes, she would have melted right into the floor. She reminded herself that he smiled that way at everyone. There was nothing special about her. Hey. Cole stood to greet her. Emily dropped her gaze to the table. Coleman, she replied, her voice sounding calmer than she felt. She took a seat and distracted herself by pulling out the supplies she had brought from her bag. Planner, pen, list that Allie had given her. Was she supposed to ask him how he was? Catch up with him? She had only been around him with her brother. That was definitely more comfortable. She opened her mouth and blurted out, "You ready for this?" Cole laughed. "I'm as ready as I'll ever be to plan a wedding shower." Emily stole a glance up and saw the twinkle in his blue eyes. She couldn't help but let out a little laugh. "I guess you never thought you would say those words." "Nope, sure didn't. But hey, I'm up for it. Besides, I like a good party." Emily hoped he would like this one. Somehow she didn't think it would be his kind of party. She cleared her throat and opened her notebook. "I have a list. I'll just jump in if that's all right. I don't want to keep you from anything. Actually, I was hoping I could grab some lunch. And I don't have anything else on my calendar today. I'm all yours." Emily kept her eyes on the table, but she felt the color that flushed across her cheeks. Sure. There are lots of good options here for lunch. Do you need a menu?" Cole waved the menu he held in his hands, causing her to look up. "Got one right here. But you're the chef. What do you recommend?" She bit her lip. "What kind of food do you like? The salads are fantastic, but the burgers are also phenomenal." Cole squinted. "I'm not really a salad kind of guy. But I've never heard anyone call a burger phenomenal, so I think I'll go with that." "I'm sure you'll like it." Emily lifted her hand to get the waitress's attention. Cole ordered, then looked at Emily. "I ate at home. I'll just have a sweet tea, please." The waitress nodded and left them. Cole folded his hands on the tables. "So, while I wait for my phenomenal burger, what kind of plans do we need to discuss?" Emily let out a big breath. "Basically everything. Allie gave me a list of some suggestions, but we need to decide on everything from the location to the food. And games, right?" "Games?" Emily lowered her eyebrows and tilted her head. "Sure, I've heard that's kind of a thing at these parties." Emily propped her elbow on the table and dropped her chin into her palm as she studied him. "Why don't you tell me what you're imagining this shower will look like?" Cole smiled, showing his perfect line of pearly white teeth. "As you can guess, I've never been to a wedding shower before. Bachelor party, yes, wedding shower, no. But I guess I'm imagining there will be food, drinks, opening of gifts. I don't know, I've heard sometimes there are themes or something." Emily said. "And what kind of games?" Cole let out a laugh. "A friend of mine said she went to one where they wrapped each other in toilet paper to create wedding gowns." Emily's eyes grew wide. She could only imagine what Ollie's prim and proper mother would think about something like that. Cole shrugged. "We don't have to do that. I just thought we could come up with something fun." Emily considered that. Maybe he wasn't wrong. Actually, that sounded kind of fun. What would Cole look like wrapped up in toilet paper? She blinked to push away the vision of him as a mummy and stifled a laugh. It was something she wouldn't mind someone planning for her own shower. But this wasn't her party, it was Allie and Jackson's. She had to think about that. We'll keep that in mind. But let's start with the location. We have a few options. What about this place? Cole held his arms out in the air. Here? At the restaurant? Sure. I've heard the food is great. He gave her a grin and the skin around his eyes crinkled. Inwardly, she sighed. She could get used to him grinning at her like that. Right. I'm not sure it's right for this event though. We probably want something where people can move around and mingle a little more. And besides, I've finally convinced Allie to let me cater the rehearsal dinner from the restaurant. So we probably should pick something else. Cole nodded. Gotcha. Well then, show me what you've got. He motioned to the notebook on the table. Emily told herself to stay focused and flipped over a few pages. The Mockingbird Event Center is nice. They can cater it on site and I know the head caterer, it's someone I trust. There's plenty of room for everyone to visit and, she looked up and flashed her own grin, space to play games. He laughed. I've never been there. Do you have pictures? Sure. She picked up her phone and navigated to the website. As she scrolled, she heard the chair across from her scrape against the floor and looked up to see Cole move over to the seat beside her. He scooted close and leaned over to peer at her phone screen. Emily's breath caught in her throat as she caught a whiff of his woodsy cologne. Did the temperature in the room just go up? And why was her heart acting like she was running a marathon? She cleared her throat and managed to squeak out. So here's the venue. She tried to breathe in and out at an even pace as she swiped her index finger across the screen knot. Cole leaned back and crossed his arms over his chest. That looks great. Let's have it there. Emily lowered her eyebrows. But there are other options. She reached for her notebook. Right, but you mentioned that one first, so I'm guessing it's your favorite of the choices. She nodded slowly. Actually, yes it is. Great. I don't need other options. If you like it, it's good with me. All right. The Mockingbird Event Center it is. She flipped to a blank page and wrote down the decision. As she wrote, the waitress appeared with Cole's food. She looked uncertain as to where to put it. Emily waited for Cole to move back to his side of the table. Right here is fine, Cole motioned to the place in front of him. Apparently, he planned to stay right there next to her for the duration of their meeting. Or at least until he finished his burger. Emily took a long draw of her sweet tea and then moved on. Hoping they could finish this before she felt the effects of his charms again. So next is food. Cole let out a quiet moan. You were right on the money when you said phenomenal. This is the best burger I've ever had. Can we have these at the party? Emily pressed her lips together to hide the smile that threatened. No, those are only here. She didn't tell him that it was her own special secret blend of spices in the meat and a secret ingredient in the sauce that made it unique. But here's the menu for the catering company at the Mockingbird. Cole looked over the list and pointed out shrimp kebabs and bacon-wrapped scallops. Emily was impressed. I was thinking the same thing. We'll also want to have some vegetarian options. Why? Cole's expression said he couldn't imagine why anyone would ever want to skip eating meat. Are you a vegetarian? No, but there are people who are. He shrugged. Okay, salads it is, I guess. Emily nodded. They spent the next 30 minutes discussing desserts and then planning a few tasteful games. Is that about it? Cole asked. I guess so. Unless you want to help decide on the invitations. He held up his hands. I think you would lose me around the type of paper and colors. Unless you want a blueprint drawing, I'm out. Emily smiled. Her brother had always said Cole was the best of the best when it came to designing buildings. That's why they had become fast friends in college and then gone into business together in their own architecture firm. As unique as that would be, I think we'll go a more traditional route. Sure thing. Then I'll leave those details to you. Emily breathed a little easier as they wrapped up their conversation. We will need to visit the event center, and if you're serious about tasting the desserts first, we can schedule that. Why did she feel excitement at having a reason to spend more time with him? Sure. Cole brushed his hands off as he stood. Just set it up and let me know. Here, I'll put my number in your phone. He held his hand out expectantly. Emily handed him her phone and waited as he typed it and then returned it. Great, thanks. I'll be in touch. Later, Cole lifted his hand in a wave and left her to stare at the phone in her hand. Emily breathed in deeply and sighed as she saw how he had listed his contact info. The best man. ****** Cole climbed into his car in the restaurant parking lot. A smile hung on his face that he just couldn't wipe off. Maybe it was the burger. That was one great burger. But maybe it was the company of the adorable woman who happened to be his best friend's sister. He tried to focus on the road as his thoughts wandered to the sparkling blue eyes and the long blonde locks that had etched themselves in his memory the day he moved to Twin Creeks, Tennessee. That was an unforgettable day. Cole had been focused on the new business venture, ready to take on the world. But when Jackson introduced him to his sister, he practically forgot his own name. She was breathtaking. Of course, he told himself he needed to put that thought away forever. There was no way he could show interest in his best friend's younger sister. There was an unwritten code about that kind of thing. Besides, knowing Jackson and the religious faith he shared with his siblings, she wouldn't be interested in someone like him. None of that had kept him from thinking about her. Jackson and Allie had practically adopted Cole into their family when he moved to town. He was invited to all the family events, dinners, holidays, celebrations. And so was Emily. Every time he thought about saying no to attending, he remembered she would be there, and it made it impossible for him to decline. Now he was planning an event with her? And a wedding shower at that? It was beyond laughable. Cole knew he needed to stay focused. This was for Jackson and Allie after all. Jackson had been his best friend since college. He would do anything for him. Even plan a couple's wedding shower. And not just any shower, the best shower. When Cole thought of spending the time with Emily to plan and orchestrate the event, only one word came to mind: phenomenal. Chapter 3. Emily glanced over the 3 tickets on her order carousel and mentally ran through what she needed for the dishes. She called out orders to her sous chef before pulling a stainless steel pan from the shelf. In moments, she had cut a slice of butter and sprinkled in a handful of onions and a pinch of garlic. There were some recipes she knew by heart and cooked without even measuring. Others were more challenging, and she enjoyed both. It felt like a dream to look around the restaurant kitchen and know that she was in charge. Being head chef had been her dream since she was a girl. Cooking for her family at a young age had come out of necessity, and coming up with dishes to cook from their limited ingredients had been a challenge. But it was a challenge she was ready for, and eventually she found she loved it. Some people said she had a natural ability, and maybe that was true. It still surprised her that she had reached her goal. Especially with where she came from. Not everyone comes from a home with practically no parents and goes to college and makes something of themselves. But Emily and her brother Jackson had worked hard to get where they were. And with God on their side, he had made it possible. How else could Emily have graduated from college, moved to a small town in Tennessee, and become a head chef at a successful, upscale restaurant? Emily never wanted to take for granted that the Lord had a plan for her life. Still, most days she felt unworthy of the place she had landed. She checked the timer and kept a close watch on the dishes she was preparing. It was too easy to get comfortable and think she knew what she was doing. Letting down her guard could mean slipping up, making a mistake, and even getting fired. She tried not to think about that and instead focused on preparing the food that her customers loved. Is this ready to be plated? Josie, her junior chef, appeared at Emily's elbow to ask. Yes, that one, and that one, Emily pointed with a nod of her head. Got it. Josie took the food to her own stainless steel table to precisely place the food on white plates. Emily didn't watch, but she knew that the presentation would be flawless. That's what their jobs demanded. She took a deep breath, breathing in the aroma of the room. The kitchen never smelled like a single ingredient, more like a medley of scents. Usually, onion and garlic, meat, lemon, and maybe a little cilantro. Emily loved cilantro. The sizzle of meat cooking on the grill to her left caught her attention, and she took a quick inventory of the room. Some people might think the stainless steel room looked cold and institutional. But Emily had spent enough time in a number of kitchens the last several years, and this was her favorite, without a doubt. She might even say it felt like home, since she knew every inch of the place. The prep tables in the middle of the room were busy with people chopping, washing, and plating dishes. A row of ovens ran along the back wall, and the long stove with 10 burners filled the space the rest of the way to the corner. The other wall was the biggest refrigerator Emily had ever seen. The back of the room was the pantry and supply closet, which held numerous foods, staple items, silverware, and supplies. Customer wants to meet the chef, the manager called out from the front door to the kitchen. Be right there. Emily sighed. She would much rather stay in the kitchen than go out in the dining room and smile as people told her they loved the food. Jared, can you take over this? She asked her sous chef. Sure thing, he said. Emily smoothed her hands over her chef's jacket and did a quick check for any splatters or stains. Seeing none, she made her way through the kitchen door and out into the dining room. Table 7, the manager said. She nodded and turned the direction of the table. As she neared the guests, whose backs were to her, she heard a familiar voice. Oh, hey, sis. Jackson. Emily let out an exasperated sigh. She would have swatted him on the back of the head if she didn't have a dining room full of guests. You're the one who wanted to see me? Of course. He smiled. Why wouldn't I want to see the best chef in town? She held her hands up and turned her head right to left. Because I'm busy at work. You just pulled me away from my job to say hello? Allie leaned across her fiancé. Sorry, we just didn't want to eat without getting to see you. You know this is our very favorite restaurant. Allie beamed. Emily did know. That was most likely because it was the place Allie and Jackson had finally admitted they had feelings for each other. Only Emily hadn't known then that they had been pretending to date each other for months. She had been upset when she found out, but they worked through it together. And now that they were getting married, Emily couldn't be happier for them. It was still hard to think that she might never have what they had. As Allie leaned in and slipped her hand into Jackson's, Emily dropped her gaze to the floor. Yes, she was happy for them, but that didn't mean she wanted to see them so in love at every moment. Especially when she needed to focus on her job. She cleared her throat. Well, it's nice to see you. I hope you enjoyed your meal. I need to get back to the kitchen. Wait, are you working Sunday night? Emily shook her head. No, I'm off. Can we please do dinner together? Sure. I don't have any plans. Allie grinned. Perfect. I want to talk about some of the wedding plans. Emily smiled. Allie liked everything just the way she wanted it, but she also liked to know that everyone approved. So Emily was never surprised anymore when dinner was actually a planning session. Cole said he could be there too, Jackson said. Emily told her facial expressions to calm down. Her eyebrows didn't need to shoot up every time Cole's name was mentioned, and her pulse could slow down too. Oh, wonderful, Allie said. We can talk about the reception then. Great, Emily said. See you then. She held up her hand in a wave as she turned to go. She pressed her fingertips to either side of her face. Thank goodness for the low lighting in the restaurant. Would she still be a shade of pink in the well-lit kitchen? Maybe if she was close to the stove, no one would notice. Emily sighed, walking back to her post. No one would guess she had a crush on the one guy who was definitely off limits. Especially since he would never even think about asking her out. Asterisk 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 Cole thought about asking Emily out all the time. He knew he shouldn't. Jackson had made it clear early on that even though Cole was his best friend, his sister was his top priority. Not that Cole had told Jackson about his crush, which was all it was, wasn't it? Just a little intrigue and interest in the girl who barely said one or two words around him. At least until the other day at the restaurant. He tapped his pencil on his desk and stared at his computer screen. He had been staring at it for several minutes, but the email blurred in his vision as he remembered the feeling of sitting next to Emily while she asked questions and made plans. The look in her eyes when she started talking about the food was adorable. He could have sat there all day listening to her. That must have been why he agreed when she asked if he wanted to be part of the tasting event. Maybe he would have said yes to anyone, it did involve food after all, and he wasn't one to turn down an opportunity to eat cake. But he knew it was more than that. Even if he couldn't really ask her out, he liked spending time with her. There was just something about her. It might be the mystery. She seemed comfortable enough around her family and friends, but when Cole entered the picture, she clammed up. Maybe she just didn't do well with strangers. And maybe that was something he could fix. The phone on his desk rang, reminding him that he had a job to do. He grabbed the receiver off the cradle. "This is Cole." "Hey, man," Jackson's voice startled him. Did he have a radar going off to warn him that a man was thinking about his sister? "Hey, dude, what's up? Have you finished the drawings for the Waterford job?" Cole tapped his pencil on the edge of his desk again. "Are you seriously calling me from your office 10 steps away?" A long pause followed before Jackson said, Cole hung up the phone and stood. He strode out of his office and into the next room. "Dude, I can hear your voice in the hallway." Jackson sat at his desk, leaned back with a paper cup in his hand and the straw lifted to his mouth. "I was comfortable here." Cole took the chair opposite Jackson. "The chairs are pretty nice." "Who picked those out anyway?" He grinned. "That would be you." "Oh, that's right. I guess I made a mistake. Picked out something too comfortable to get any work done." "I wouldn't say that. We seem to get a lot of work done. Our clients seem pleased." Cole nodded. "That's true. And are you pleased with how the business has done since we moved?" "Absolutely. Moving everything from Atlanta to Twin Creeks was the best decision." "What about you? Are you glad you came with me?" Cole grinned. "Sure am. I never would have thought I would move to a small town where I didn't know anyone, well, anyone except my best friend, that is. But starting over in a new place wasn't something I planned on." "But it hasn't been all bad, has it?" Cole leaned back in the chair and laced his fingers behind his head. "No, definitely not. Not the work, not the town, not bad at all. Pretty great actually. I have to say, I'm glad a guy from Alabama started a company with a dude from Georgia and ended up in Tennessee. I can't imagine a better place." Jackson smiled. "I agree. I'm going to be sad to lose a roommate though. The apartment will feel lonely without you. You could get a dog." I'm not sure if I'm a dog person." "A cat?" "Definitely not a cat person." "What about a wife?" Cole sat straight up so fast he almost lost his balance. He pushed away the image of Emily that came to mind and cleared his throat. "Nah, I don't think I'll get one of those either." "And why not?" "You're a great guy, Cole. You could find somebody to spend your life with, settle down, enjoy the good life." Cole stared long and hard at his best friend. What would Jackson think if he knew Cole wanted to ask his little sister out? What if he came to visit Cole at his apartment and found Emily cooking dinner for two? He gave himself a shake. "No. I have no plans to settle down. I like my life." Jackson laughed. I bet you do, Cole. I bet you do. It was true, wasn't it? Cole did like his life. And he planned to keep things the way they were. Maybe it would be nice to settle down, but what if he tried and it didn't work out? He wouldn't start thinking about the possibility of anything more. He had no plans to risk what might happen if he did. Chapter 4. Do you think you'll bring a date to the wedding? Allie asked Emily. Emily's eyes grew wide as she looked at her roommate in the bathroom mirror. They were getting ready for dinner and sharing space as they checked their hair and makeup. No, she said quickly. The maid of honor has a lot of responsibilities, you know. I wouldn't want to neglect you on your big day. Allie bumped Emily's side with her elbow. Thanks, but it's not that big of a deal. Besides, after the ceremony, I have Jackson to take care of me. You could have fun with someone at the reception. She wiggled her eyebrows up and down. Who would I take anyway? Emily's thoughts went to Cole, and suddenly she wondered if he would bring a date to the wedding. A strange feeling of jealousy settled in her stomach at the thought of seeing another woman on his arm. I guess you'll dance with Cole anyway. What? Emily's cheeks burned. Had Allie read her thoughts? Cole. He's the best man. You're supposed to dance with him at the reception. It's tradition. Oh, Emily's voice was barely above a whisper. What would it be like to dance with Cole? Would he hold her, or keep a distance reminiscent of a middle school dance? Anyway, it's fine if you want to bring someone. I hope you know that. Emily forced a smile. Thanks. I'll remember that. She swallowed hard, knowing that if going with Cole were an actual option, it just might be her first choice. Are you ready? The boys are meeting us there. Sure. Emily grabbed her phone off the counter and followed Allie out. The women picked up their purses and Allie linked her arm through Emily's as they walked out the front door. I'm so glad we could do this tonight. It's been too long since we've been to dinner. I'm just glad to spend some quality time with my most favorite people. Me and Cole? Emily's heart picked up speed just at the mention of their names together. Allie laughed. You and Jackson, silly. Oh, right. Sometimes it was still hard for Emily to believe that her best friend had fallen in love with her brother. Although, I guess you're right. Cole has become one of my favorite people too. He's important to Jackson, so he's important to me. Allie let go of Emily's arm as they climbed into the car. As she started the engine and pulled out of the driveway, she gave Emily a look. Cole's not a bad guy either. I didn't say he was. Just thought it was worth mentioning. I'm sure he would appreciate the mention. Not that he needs it, of course. What does that mean? Emily shrugged. He's just pretty sure of himself. Is there something wrong with that? Not really. I just think that if Cole wants someone to think he's a nice guy, he would probably tell them. Emily tilted her head before she let out a laugh. Allie laughed too. I guess you're probably right. He is pretty confident in himself. But he's a good friend to Jackson, and that makes him a good guy in my book. Emily had to admit the truth. Mine too. The two friends chatted easily as they drove to the restaurant. But Emily felt her nerves grow as they made their way inside. Jackson and Cole were already seated at the table. When the women approached, Jackson stood and greeted Allie with a kiss. Emily made the mistake of looking at Cole at that exact moment. Her cheeks flushed as she imagined what it would be like to greet Cole with a kiss. Cole didn't make it any easier when he flashed her a smile and stood to pull her chair out. Thanks, Emily squeaked out as she took her seat. She was very aware that Cole returned to his seat only inches from her. Why had she agreed to this again? Oh right, because Allie had her say yes before she told her Cole was coming. Allie was good like that. Hey, Jackson greeted her when he pulled himself away from Allie. How was your day? Fine, Emily said, placing her napkin in her lap. Great, Jackson said. Now, you're the professional. What should we eat? She was always happy to give a recommendation, especially to her brother. She didn't mind telling Jackson what to do anytime. Now she was very aware of Cole sitting next to her and didn't want to seem bossy. She lifted one shoulder. Whatever you like. Everything here is good. What? Jackson's eyebrows shot up. You always tell me what to get. I need suggestions. Emily dropped her gaze to the table and flipped through the menu. I've had the scallops, they're delicious. And the strawberry pecan salad is good. But really everybody comes here for the pork chops. That's what I've heard, Cole spoke up. Emily nodded. It's their specialty. It's what I would have. Cole snapped his menu shut. Good enough for me. Me too, said Jackson. Emily blushed, but a grin spread across her face as everyone accepted her suggestions. Food was not only her job, it was her hobby, her passion, her life. It brought so much joy to know that they trusted her opinion. She sat back and enjoyed the conversation around the table. It wasn't long before their food arrived and they all began to enjoy their dinners. Emily felt her cheeks burn as Cole praised her food recommendation. Every few bites he would close his eyes and whisper, this is good. And more than once he said, Emily, you were right about the pork chops. And then there was the chocolate cake for dessert. Emily's heart pounded at double speed when Cole reached out and gripped her arm to say, this is amazing. What was amazing was how she felt more comfortable throughout the night. She watched as Cole and Jackson bantered back and forth across the table. They went from congratulating each other on a job well done at work, to arguing over who had scored more points in their latest basketball game. Emily laughed until her sides hurt when Jackson detailed Cole's attempt to clean the microwave after he exploded a bowl of chili. Later that night, Emily returned to her apartment, bag of leftovers in hand. The food was delicious, but she'd been too busy enjoying the time to finish her food. As she crashed on her couch, she pressed her hands to her cheeks, feeling the smile that hadn't left her face. All night, she had thought about Jackson and Cole. She knew how much the two friends cared for each other. She would always be grateful that Jackson had been blessed with such a good friend. Jackson had been Emily's first best friend. Even when they were little, they had played well together. Sure, they fought too, but they would stick up for each other in a heartbeat. They became closer when their younger siblings needed them, and they had formed a bond that lasted their whole lives. A knot formed in her stomach as she thought of what might happen if Cole ever knew how she felt about him. She doubted he would ever feel the same, she had resigned herself to that. But what if he did? What would happen to Cole and Jackson if there was even a possibility of them being Cole and Emily? And what would happen to the sibling relationship she and Jackson shared? She sighed as she stood from the couch, shaking her head. No, that wasn't something she would risk. Cole was Jackson's best friend, and that was that. Emily would set her mind to being the best maid of honor and sister of the groom there ever was. She could plan the best couple's shower and stand beside them on their special day. But she would never think about doing anything to hurt the bonds they shared. Chapter 5. Cole stared at the plate in front of him. The fancy desserts looked good, but he wasn't even sure how he was supposed to eat them. Did he need a fork or just pick it up with his fingers? He turned to watch Emily, who delicately picked up the square between her two fingers and lifted it to her lips. He followed her lead. The morsel melted in his mouth, it was covered in a glaze with the cake inside. He'd never had anything like it before. Emily nodded. The petit fours are delicious. Petit, what? Cole asked around the bite in his mouth. Petit fours. They're a kind of French delicacy. You're right. They are delicious. But are they too fancy? Emily shifted in her seat, seeming uncomfortable. I don't know. What do you think? He had noticed that she deferred a decision to him anytime he questioned her. Was she being thoughtful or just unsure of herself? He shrugged. I've just never had them before, so I don't know if they are a girly, frou-frou food, or a casual couples party food. Emily bit her lip, barely holding back a smile as he said frou-frou. I think it could go either way, really. One of the bakers leaned over the counter where they Saturday. I agree with the lady, she said. They can add a touch of class to a more casual event or be the perfect addition to an elegant affair. What kind of mood are you hoping to create for your wedding? Emily's eyes went wide, and Cole caught her cheeks turning red. Oh, she looked at Cole to finish her explanation. No, we're not together. Oh, my mistake, the woman said. It's fine. Honest mistake, of course. We're planning a wedding shower for our two best friends. But we're just the best man and maid of honor. Nothing between us. Nope, no wedding plans for me. Not ever planning on that. He didn't know why all the words tumbled out in one breath. Maybe he needed to remind himself so he wouldn't take one more look at Emily and consider changing his mind. But glancing her way now only told him that he should stop talking. She cleared her throat. Yep, just here for our friends. She didn't look his way again as she pointed to another dessert in the case. Can we try that one? Of course. The woman pulled the cake out, cut 2 slices, and handed them to Cole and Emily. Before Emily took a bite, Cole watched as she squeezed her eyes closed and pressed her fingers to her temple. Are you all right? He asked. Oh yeah, she waved a hand, just a little headache. I'm sorry. No worries, she said. Cole busied himself by shoving a big bite of the chocolate cake in his mouth. At least that way he couldn't say anything stupid. He closed his eyes as he chewed, then dropped his fork with a clank on the plate. He said. He held both hands in the air, then pointed to his mouth, full of cake. He barely waited until he swallowed to say, this is the one. It's amazing. Emily looked like she was trying to hold it back, but a laugh burst out. What? Cole reached for a napkin and wiped his mouth. Nothing. You just get so excited. Cole smiled. I think amazing cake is a good thing to get excited about. Emily nodded. Me too. Cole studied her for a moment. He did get excited about a lot of things, but what did Emily get really excited about? He watched as she swiped her finger across the plate and licked chocolate icing off of it. She rolled her eyes to the ceiling and he could almost hear her picking apart the ingredients. What do you think is in it? Cole leaned closer as he asked. She gave him a surprised look, then tapped her chin as she spoke. Sugar and cocoa, of course. That's easy. Probably heavy cream and vanilla. But there's something special. She squinted as she thought. I think it's orange. Orange and chocolate? She smiled. I know. It sounds a little strange. But orange complements chocolate really well. It's just a hint, but it gives it that little something extra. She lifted her finger and pointed to the corner of her mouth. You have icing on your lip. He reached again for his napkin, but his eyes traced the lines of her mouth. He imperceptibly shook himself to stop from wondering if she tasted like orange and chocolate. Do you make a lot of desserts at work? Oh no, we have a dessert chef that does that. But I took several baking classes in school. I enjoy it at home. She shrugged. And it's nice to do something in the kitchen that I don't get to do at work. Huh. That does sound nice. I'm pretty useless in the kitchen. I did cook chicken Alfredo pasta once, but that's about it. Chicken Alfredo, huh? Cole tilted his chin up. Yep. He thought she might be impressed. She tilted her head and gave him a look. From a can? He deflated his puffed-out chest. Yeah. Emily laughed. It was the most delightful sound he'd ever heard. I guess that's better than nothing, she said. But you would never use a can. Nope. I do have a killer Alfredo recipe to make from scratch. It's really not that hard. You should try it sometime. Maybe you could show me? Cole raised his eyebrows. Emily met his eyes only for a second. The contact sent a thrill up Cole's spine. Her crystal blue eyes showed interest, and he could have stared into them for the rest of the morning. Too bad she dropped her gaze to the counter much too soon. But he saw the look. Her eyes said she was surprised, but that she wouldn't mind spending time with him. I can give you the recipe. I'm more of a hands-on kind of learner. I like someone to show me step by step. Emily kept her chin down but lifted her eyes to meet his. Do you really want to learn to cook? Cole nodded slowly. His palms were sweaty as he gathered the courage to say, if you'll teach me. He watched as Emily bit her lip at the suggestion. She kept her gaze locked on him and seemed to weigh the possibility. Did she feel the same as him, that there could be something between them? Cole resisted the urge to raise his fist in the air in triumph when Emily finally said, sure. Let's do it. Chapter 6. Emily didn't know if she was going to like this. She had checked and double-checked and triple-checked her list and her supplies. That was unlike her. Allie was usually the one making lists and checking them. Emily was more of a go-with-the-flow kind of girl. And she knew her own recipes well enough to make them in her sleep. But here she was in her kitchen, with chicken, spaghetti noodles and heavy cream on the counter, waiting for Cole to arrive. Her nerves had her questioning her every move. She had been pretty sure he was kidding, or that his interest in culinary pursuits would pass. But when they left the tasting, he asked when they could get together to make the recipe she had mentioned. She had almost tripped on the sidewalk in front of her car. He must really want to learn. It couldn't mean that he actually wanted to spend time with her. Could it? Emily had created a buffer by inviting Jackson and Allie to eat with them. It would remind her that Cole was her brother's friend and not hers. Well, maybe her friend, but certainly nothing more. That would be too weird. And Cole wasn't going to show any interest in her in front of Jackson. Her phone buzzed on the counter, causing her to jump. She let out a deep breath and told herself to calm down as she picked up the phone. Hey, Allie. Hey, how's everything there? Fine. Are you almost here? I've got everything ready. She hoped that Allie and Jackson would arrive before Cole did. That's why I called. Jackson has a big deadline for a project, and he's running late. We'll try to be there to eat, but it will probably be another hour. But Cole will be here any minute. What will I do? Ollie's voice was annoyingly calm. Just fix the food. That's what Cole wanted anyway. Jackson said he probably needs to learn to cook so he can feed himself if he's going to be single forever. Why would Cole be single forever? Doesn't he date? She tried to keep her voice normal and sound like she didn't know anything about Cole's life. His words from the bakery hung in her mind, saying that he never planned to get married. I think so. But from what Jackson said, it's never one girl for more than a few weeks. I think Jackson was just making a joke about the cooking thing, but who knows? Emily swallowed and told herself not to think about that. Please get here as soon as you can. We will. Don't worry, Cole can carry the conversation. See you soon. Emily set the phone on the counter and put her hands on her hips. Let Cole carry the conversation. She could do that. Right? She heard a knock at the door and her hands flew to her face. Why did she blush every time Cole was around? He was bound to notice. She might turn permanently pink if he kept hanging around. She smoothed her hands over her jeans and short-sleeved shirt, then moved to the front door. Hey. Cole leaned casually against the doorframe as if he didn't have a care in the world. Maybe he didn't. Hey. Allie and Jackson aren't here, they'll be late. She heard herself blurt out. He pushed himself away from the door and walked in. I know. Jackson called me. I feel a little bad. I could have stayed to help him, but he didn't mention it. That's Jackson for you. I know. He likes to take care of things. Yes, he does. Emily wrung her hands together. I guess we should just get started. Sure, sounds good. Emily told herself to breathe in and out as she went to the pantry and lifted an apron off the hook inside of the door. She lifted it over her head. She was about to tie the strings in the back when she heard Cole step towards her. Her skin prickled when he took hold of the strings and tied them. The scent of his woodsy cologne filled her senses and she closed her eyes to breathe it in. If only she could turn around and he would take her into his arms. She cleared her throat. Thanks. You're welcome. The sound of his deep voice close behind her made her stomach do a flip-flop. She turned her attention to the counter and pointed out the ingredients. We have heavy cream, cream cheese, Parmesan cheese, garlic, and butter. Cole rubbed his hands together. What do we do first? First, we wash our hands. Cole held his hands in the air and looked at them, turning them over and back again. Right. Good idea. Do I get an apron too? He grinned. Emily ran her eyes from that distracting grin down his form. What would this tall, muscular man look like in one of her pink aprons? Sure, I have extras. She reached into the closet and found the one with white polka dots. It had the most ruffles. Her eyes twinkled with laughter as she handed it to him. Cole didn't miss a beat putting it on and tying the ruffly ribbon behind his back. He turned to the sink and washed his hands. Now we're ready. Emily laughed softly. How is this real? Cole Sanford was standing in her kitchen, wearing her apron, ready to cook dinner. She shook her head slightly and turned her focus to the project. This she could do. Cooking was the one thing she felt confident about. First, we'll cut the garlic. You mean second, right? Emily looked at him, and he held his hands up to show her they were clean. She laughed. Right, second is the garlic. She stood at the counter with a cutting board and knife ready. Without warning, Cole was beside her, right beside her. He placed one hand on the counter and leaned as if he was ready to watch her work. Her pulse quickened and her mouth felt dry. She looked at him out of the corner of her eye. Why did he have to look so good? Here. She jutted her hand into the air, holding out the garlic. You want me to do it? He pressed his palm to his chest and his voice filled with excitement. Really? Of course. You're here to learn to cook, aren't you? She reminded herself that was the only reason he was there. Yes. But you have to show me how. Okay, Emily put the garlic in his hand, ignoring the flash of heat when her fingers touched his. She reached for another clove of garlic. First you have to peel it. She demonstrated. Cole leaned close and watched, carefully following along. She unsuccessfully tried to ignore his proximity as she chopped the garlic with quick, exact movements. Then she covered her mouth with her fingertips as he tried to mimic her. How was that? He stepped back and pointed to the cutting board. Emily smiled. Not bad. I'm impressed. Cole straightened to his full height and put his hands on his hips. I knew it. Cole Sanford, master chef. We'll see about that. That's only the first step. Emily didn't doubt he could be a master at anything he put his mind to. Second. He winked at her. Emily turned to the stove and lit the burner. At least that might give her an excuse for her pink cheeks. Now, we want the heat on medium-low. We don't want to cook it too quickly, it will burn. Medium-low. Got it. I've already filled this pot with water for the noodles, so we want that to boil, then we'll add them. Cole picked up the box of dry pasta. What? No made-from-scratch pasta? He held the box in the air between two fingers, then dropped it in mock disgust. I don't even know if I can eat this. Emily giggled before she held an index finger in the air and put on a serious face. Boxed pasta and sauce made from scratch. One lesson at a time. Cole smiled. So there will be more lessons? Emily's heart picked up speed. Did he want that? If you want to learn, I'm happy to teach you. Thrilled, ecstatic, and terrified too. I'd love to learn. She might have thought he was joking, but the look on his face told her he was serious. Her eyes connected with his, and she almost let herself get lost there. Cooking with Cole on a regular basis could be interesting. Inwardly she sighed as she turned her attention back to the stove. Great. I'll think of some other dishes to make. I'll do my best to test your skills. More than likely it would be a test of her willpower to spend more time with him. Perfect. I love a good challenge. Cole flashed that confident grin and Emily turned away to keep from staring at him. The water's boiling, she said. So I can pour this in now? He said, lifting the pasta box. Yep. Emily said. That is, if you think you can bear to eat it. Cole laughed, and the sound echoed in the small kitchen. Let's be honest. My cooking skills consist of heating a can of soup and popping a bag of popcorn in the microwave. Boxed pasta is right up my alley. He poured the contents of the box into the water. Now we'll let that cook while we make the sauce. We'll put the heavy cream, butter, and cream cheese in the pot. Cole did as she said. Emily crossed her arms and tried to keep from interfering. Then you want to whisk it as it all melts together. Cole picked up the whisk and looked at her, raising his eyebrows to ask for confirmation. Emily hoped she wouldn't end up melting too. Had there ever been a more attractive man in a pink ruffled apron? Definitely not in her kitchen. Yep, there you go. Cole stirred the ingredients with the whisk. No, you're holding it the wrong way. Flip it over. Cole took the whisk, tossed it in the air, and caught it like a juggling pin. He turned and held the whisk triumphantly with his other hand in the air. Ta-da! Emily couldn't help it. She laughed and her own voice echoed this time. No, no. Turn your hand the other direction. Here, like this. She reached out and turned the whisk over and placed his hand on it correctly. With her hand over his, she pushed it into the pot and whisked the dairy ingredients. Heat radiated up her arm at the touch. She realized how close they were as Cole dropped a hand on her shoulder. He didn't move away from her. Like this? He breathed close to her ear. Her voice must be somewhere, but it took her a moment to find it. Yes, she finally said. That's good. Really good. This is fun, Cole said. The tone of his voice made Emily turn and look at him. Their eyes met and the air between them sizzled. Emily had no words. All she could think about was how close they were and how nice it felt. She was keenly aware of his hand that had slid from her shoulder to the small of her back. It would only take a couple of inches for their lips to meet. Emily let her gaze drop to his mouth for only an instant, wondering what that would be like. The front door banged open, shattering the moment. Emily jumped backward, dropping the whisk in the pot and smoothing her hands over her apron. Only one person opened her front door like that. Jackson, she called out, her heart pounding in her ears. Hey, her brother called out. Emily had made the mistake of giving him a key the first time he visited her, and he hadn't knocked on the front door since. It's us, Ollie's voice followed behind him. Moments later the couple entered the kitchen. You're here sooner than I thought. I know, Allie said. I found him at the office and managed to motivate him to get the work done. I still need to look over it in the morning with fresh eyes before I present it to the client. He clapped a hand on Cole's shoulder. I figured my business partner could give me a hand with that. Cole cleared his throat before flashing a smile. Sure thing. I'm sure it's great though, you don't need my help. He gave Emily a quick glance, his eyes held a touch of guilt. Jackson didn't seem to see it. He tipped his chin up and sniffed. It smells good in here. Thanks. Cole puffed out his chest. Jackson smacked the back of his hand into Cole's chest, causing it to deflate. Don't even start. I know my sister's cooking when I smell it. I did cook it. But you're right, it's under her watchful eye. He winked at Emily. Yes, but I'm making him do the work. Which we should get back to. Emily jerked her head towards the stove. We'll get out of your way. Just call me when dinner's ready, Jackson said as he pulled Allie out of the kitchen. Cole took a deep breath and blew it out. He stared at the counter for several seconds before turning back to Emily. What's next? You should check the noodles and give them a stir, make sure they're not sticking to the bottom of the pan. On it. Cole looked like he had been in a kitchen his whole life. He picked up a slotted spoon and stirred the spaghetti, then went back to whisking the ingredients in the other pan. He pointed to the sauce. This looks like it's all melted now. Emily knew how it must feel. Then it's time to add the spices. She pointed to a bowl where she had already combined the Italian seasoning, salt, and pepper. Cole added them, his hands brushing hers as she handed him the cutting board with the garlic. Keep whisking, she said. I'll pour in the Parmesan cheese. She kept her eyes on the pot, and when the mixture was blended, she spoke. Now, we'll turn the pot to simmer and let it cook for about 3 minutes to allow it to thicken. Cole crossed his arms and leaned against the counter. He glanced at his watch. So, what do we do for 3 minutes? Emily refused to let her imagination run over that answer. You check the spaghetti. It's probably finished now. And then take the chicken out of the oven. I grilled it earlier and put it in the oven to keep warm. I could have grilled the chicken. One lesson at a time, she reminded him. Right. Cole moved back to the stove and got to work. 3 minutes later the spaghetti had been drained and returned to the pot, the chicken had been taken out of the oven, and the sauce was thick and ready. All that's left is to put it all together. Add the chicken on top of the noodles and then pour the sauce over it. She stepped back and watched as Cole completed his task, then held out the pot for her to examine. Emily peered over the top of the pot and tapped a finger on her chin. Looks good to me. Yes. Cole triumphantly raised a fist in the air. We need to plate it. Plate it? Yes, it's fancy for put it on a plate and make it look nice. Can't we just eat it? Emily gave him a look. Okay. Let's plate it. A few minutes later, Emily and Cole each carried 2 plates to the dining room table. Dinner's ready, Emily called out. Great. Jackson jumped up from the couch, and he and Allie made their way to the table. Emily was always proud of her own cooking, but somehow she felt even more proud as Cole triumphantly set the plates on the table. She told herself not to look at him, too late. She watched as his smile spread wide. How did someone flex their arm muscles just by carrying a plate? She hoped no one noticed when she squeezed her eyes shut and took her seat. She sobered when she looked across the table at her brother, congratulating his best friend on a job well done. Just another reminder that she could teach Cole how to cook, and maybe they could even be friends, but the food in the kitchen was the only thing she could allow to be cooking between them. Chapter 7. Cole pulled the container of leftover chicken Alfredo out of the fridge. He popped the lid off and put it in the microwave. As he watched the timer tick down, his thoughts turned to the heat of the stove as he had cooked it the night before. It was undeniable that the stove hadn't been the only heat in the room. What was it about Emily that drew him to her? There had been a number of other girls in his life, at least for a couple of dates. Maybe a few weeks. But none of them had the appeal of Emily. She was beautiful, that was for sure. But there was something about her, the quiet way she took everything in, and the way she seemed to care about the people in her life. He had watched how she took care of Jackson, even from afar when they lived in different states. He couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to be one of the people she cared about. The beep of the microwave pulled him back. He reached in, remembering how Emily had insisted he take home the leftovers. You made them, you earned it. But it was your kitchen and your ingredients. She flashed a teasing grin. Yes, but I know how to make more food tomorrow. You need it more than me. He had smiled back and accepted the dish. Now, as he grabbed a fork to finish it off, he realized he would need to return the container to her. Probably sooner rather than later. Somehow that gave him a little bit of hope. What would it be like to eat Emily's food every day? Better yet, could he imagine sharing a kitchen and a home with her? Cole let himself picture that for the briefest moment. "Hey, man," Jackson said as he entered the kitchen. Cole cleared his throat, pushing away the thoughts of Emily, as if Jackson might actually read his mind. "Hey." He stuck the fork in his mouth. "Is that the chicken Alfredo? Are you going to share any of that?" Jackson asked. "Nope," Cole said around the bite in his mouth. "Thanks for nothing. Emily gave it to me." "How many times have you had food from her restaurant or that she sent home with you that you didn't share with me?" "Touché," Jackson agreed. "Emily said something about giving you more cooking lessons, is that right?" Cole shrugged. He wanted to say yes, he couldn't wait to learn more from her, but he tempered his excitement for his friend. "She said she could teach me. It's not a bad skill for me to learn." Jackson made himself a sandwich as he spoke. "That's true. Guess you need to learn to cook for yourself with your I'm never getting married plan." "Did I say that?" Cole joked. "Only about 100 times since I met you." That sounds about right. I've never really understood it, though." "Come on, man. You know how I feel about it. I'm just not sure I'm a marrying kind of guy. Besides, you've met my parents." Jackson nodded as he sat at the table with his plate. "Yeah, I have. And it seems like they just want the best for you. Not everyone has that, you know." "I know. And I'm sorry to say it, because I know it was hard for you growing up without parents who supported you. But with my parents, it doesn't feel like support. It just feels like pressure. Do this, go to school there, work hard at your job. Don't mess up." Jackson chewed a bite of his sandwich and stared at the table lot. "I know it's hard to understand. But a relationship would just be another thing they would pressure me into. They always say it's important it is to find the perfect person and not to make a mistake and marry the wrong person. They would never admit their marriage is a sham. They tolerate each other at best, and the only reason they've never gotten divorced is because they're afraid of what people will think." Cole pushed away from the table and put the empty container in the sink. He turned and crossed his arms as he leaned against the counter. "I don't know, I guess I just always felt like it would be easier to never get married than to get married and have it fail. I'm just not sure I'm husband material." Jackson shook his head. "But you don't know that it would fail. You've never had a relationship last long enough to find out." "I know. That's on purpose." "Whatever, dude. I think the mistake you're making is not giving it a chance." He stood and brushed his hands off. "But you do what you think is best." Jackson laughed and clapped a hand on Cole's shoulder. "At least if you're dead set on staying single, I don't have you worry about you trying to date my little sister." Jackson turned and walked out of the kitchen. Cole watched him go as a pit formed in his stomach. He sighed and reminded himself once again that anything he felt for Emily had to stay where it had always been. Locked away where no one would ever know. Chapter 8. Emily walked through the door of the flower shop and the floral scent hit her in the face. She scrunched her nose and hoped her oversensitive sense of smell wouldn't cause her to have a headache. She'd already been awake during the night with her head pounding and her stomach aching. If it had been anyone but Allie, she would have called to say she couldn't come today. Emily reminded herself that this was important to her friend. Allie breathed in deeply as she stepped in behind her. "Isn't it wonderful?" Elise, Ollie's mom, bustled in. "Oh yes, this is so exciting." Emily looked to their friend, Michaela, behind her. She only smiled and nodded. The three of them had been attending church together for several years now, and Michaela would be one of the bridesmaids. Welcome. The florist came from the back room to greet them. I'm Paula. Hi, I'm Allie Hughes, we spoke on the phone. Yes. Paula clapped her hands together. You're here to pick out your wedding flowers. Yes, ma'am, Allie said. Emily could see that she was beaming as she resisted the urge to show off the sparkling diamond on her finger. Why don't you all have a seat here on the couches and I'll get us all set up? Paula said. Allie led the way and the women settled in. She beamed as she held her hands out to them. Thank you so much for coming with me today. I just wanted this to be some fun girl time. Of course, honey, I wouldn't miss it, Elise said. Thanks for inviting us, Emily added. Although, I'm sure you could pick out the flowers on your own. I don't know a thing about bouquets. Allie waved a hand. That's not the point. I could have done it alone, but I wanted your opinions. Besides, I've made plenty of decisions on my own. This is way more fun. Just as Allie said, Paula made the whole afternoon enjoyable. She showed them every option and color and let the women flip through pictures and take their time. An hour and a half later, Allie, with her mom and bridesmaids' help, had chosen her bouquet, flowers for the bridesmaids and flower girls, and boutonnieres for the men. Paula went to the back to bring one more suggestion, leaving them alone in the front. Allie didn't waste any time turning the attention from herself to Emily. So, tell us about Cole. Emily's face flushed as she tried to deflect the comment. What? What about Cole? Oh, you know, the cooking lessons. How's that going? You're giving Coleman cooking lessons? Michaela asked, raising her eyebrows. Emily looked at each of the women, noticing how Elise and Michaela both perked up and leaned close. Well, yes. Sort of. She shrugged, trying to act like it was nothing. He said he wanted to learn. He wanted to learn to cook. Or he wanted to learn about you? Elise asked. Emily sucked in a breath, which caused her to cough. She held up a hand as she tried to catch her breath. No, it's nothing like that. I mean, it's like Jackson says, he probably needs to learn to cook if he's not going to meet a girl. The faces of the group told Emily they didn't believe her. I mean, he's my brother's best friend. So we're just friends too. Michaela giggled. I wouldn't mind being friends with Cole. He and Jackson are quite a pair, Allie, you're lucky you caught Jackson when you did. Allie beamed. I know. But maybe if he and Emily are friends, Cole is still available. Emily shrugged. He is as far as I know. She reminded herself that Cole wasn't interested in her. But the hair on the back of her neck stood up at the thought of him being available for any other woman. Maybe the cooking lessons weren't a good idea, it might only make her feelings grow. That couldn't happen. Elise reached over to pat Emily on the hand. You two are planning the couple's party together, aren't you? Yes, ma'am, Emily said. I'm sure you'll have plenty of time to get to know each other. Friendship is always a good place to start. She winked at Emily. I'm not looking for anything else. Emily forced a smile and hoped the words sounded believable. She would be in big trouble if she let her mind wander down that path. When Pam returned with a flower arrangement and Allie became engrossed, Emily pulled out her phone and pointed at the screen. I need to take care of this, I'll be right back. When she made it out the door onto the sidewalk, she took big gulps of air. The air was hot and thick, but at least it was a break from the flowers. Emily had been excited when Allie asked her to come today, but now she had her fill of wedding plans for the day. Besides, Allie didn't need her to pick flowers. Food was her expertise. If she ever had her own wedding to plan, Emily would be the one who needed help. The bell sounding behind her made her turn, expecting to see Allie. Oh, hey, Michaela. Hey, is everything okay? Emily tucked her phone in her back pocket. Oh sure, I'm fine. I guess it must be strange, Michaela said. What? Watching your best friend plan her wedding to your brother. Emily snapped her eyes up to Michaela's. No one had asked her about that. It was tempting to lie, shrug it off and say it was fine. But Michaela's tone was so kind, Emily felt the need to open up. She sighed. It is. Sometimes I just need a little break. Michaela reached out and patted her arm. That's understandable. But I'm so happy for them. Oh, I know you are. But sometimes it feels like I'm losing my two best friends. And it's hard to think I might not ever find what they have. Michaela dropped her gaze to the sidewalk and nodded. I know how that feels. She looked up again. But you're not losing Allie and Jackson. Sure, things might change, but they're still there. And as far as friends go, if you ever need someone to talk to, I'm happy to listen. Emily smiled. Thanks, that means a lot to me. It's hard to complain about your brother to his wife. She left. Michaela laughed too. I'm sure it is. Her eyes twinkled as she pressed on. But you know, when your brother falls for your best friend, it's fair to turn the tables and fall for his. Chapter 9. Emily rubbed her temples at the dull headache. The night before she had laid in bed, thinking of what she should have said to her friends at the flower shop. It was ridiculous to think that she and Cole would ever be anything. So why hadn't she been able to convince them she wasn't thinking about him in that way? She wouldn't think about him now either. A sigh escaped her lips as she pressed on the pain in her stomach. She had thought it would settle after breakfast, but now it seemed worse. What she needed to do was focus on work. She could do that. She tied on her apron and checked that her hair was tucked away and covered completely. Then she went to her post. The day flew by, as she kept busy with orders. Emily found herself in her element. Cooking had always come naturally to her, and it had been easy to make her career choice. Although Jackson always wondered how she never tired of it. Especially since she had started cooking for their family at such a young age. When her dad died and her mom couldn't cope, Jackson was the one to step up for the family. But Emily stepped up right beside him. Together, they took care of the house and the younger kids, and Emily made it her job to make sure everyone was fed. She didn't mind that so much, really. She had always liked helping in the kitchen. What hurt was her mom and dad giving up on their family. Her dad turned to drinking until he didn't come home one night, and her mom never got over that. Jackson was the one person she could count on. He had taken on a role no 10-year-old boy should have to do. And Emily would never be able to repay him for putting her through college. No doubt she had the life she loved because of Jackson. Emily pushed the thoughts of her childhood away. No use dwelling on the past. What mattered was right in front of her. Her career as a chef was the best choice she had made, and she was proud of how far she had come. Today she would focus on her job. The one that she was good at and had worked hard for. The one that was possible because of Jackson. Cole watched Emily's expression with interest. Are you sure you want to do this? Emily looked over the recipe printed on plain paper and eyed Cole with skepticism. He nodded enthusiastically as a grin spread across his face. Yep. I'm ready to step up my game. She nodded slowly. Oh, this is stepping it up, all right. Cole, this is a complicated dish. Don't get me wrong, you did great on the Alfredo sauce, but I'm not even sure I have the tools in my kitchen. Come on, you can make this work. You're the best chef I know. Emily tilted her head. Do you know other chefs? Well, no. But I've eaten your food. You're talented. I'm sure you can figure it out. Plus you have a pretty stocked kitchen. There are gadgets in here I've never even heard of. Emily let out a sigh, a sure sign she was giving in. Oh, all right. We can give it a try. But don't blame me if it doesn't turn out well. Oh, don't worry. I'm totally blaming you. Emily cut her eyes at him, giving him the satisfaction. Step 1. He held up his hands. I know. Wash my hands. I'm going. He didn't hide his excitement. Only Emily probably thought it was over the cooking and didn't know the truth. That he had picked out a complicated recipe on purpose, hoping it would mean spending more time with her. Ready, he called out. His hands were clean, and he wore the ruffled apron. He thought it was a pretty good look with his jeans and button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled to his elbows. Emily had her head in a lower cabinet, banging around pots and pans. She obviously hadn't heard him, so he stepped behind her, bent down and repeated himself. Ready. At that moment Emily stood up with a pan extended in her hand. Whoa! Cole said, but it was too late. The stainless steel pan collided with the right side of his face and he let out a yell. Emily gasped at the sound and jerked her head up. In the confusion, she dropped the pan on her toe, causing her to let out her own yell. She hopped around the kitchen, grabbing her foot while Cole held a hand to his face. I'm so sorry, she finally said. Are you all right? I'm not sure yet, Cole said. Here, let me see. Emily's hands came to his face, and for just a moment, Cole thought maybe he felt all right after all. Her touch was gentle, and he had to fight the urge to nuzzle his sore face into her palm. Emily sucked in a breath through her teeth. Oh, Cole. Cole held his right eye closed. Just a scratch, he said. I think I need to get you some ice. It looks like it's going to bruise. Nah, I'll be fine, he said, despite the throbbing pain on the right side of his face. Emily was already at the freezer making an ice pack. She grabbed a towel from the counter and took his hand. Come sit down. The heat that traveled from his hand up his arm made the feeling of pain almost disappear. Almost. He let her lead him to the couch where he took a seat. Lean your head back, Emily said. Cole did as he was told, and Emily gently placed the ice pack on his face. It still shocked his system and he nearly jumped off the couch. I know it's cold. I'm sorry, just give it a minute. She put her hand on the other side of his face and stroked his cheek. Cole closed his eyes and laid still. With Emily that close, he could hardly breathe. He'd always heard when you were in pain you should imagine yourself somewhere else, like a beach or a mountaintop. But at the moment, he didn't want to be anywhere but right where he was. Just talk to me to distract me. Oh, okay. What do you want me to talk about? Anything. Tell me about your day. Oh, that's not very interesting. You don't want to hear about that. Cole opened his eyes and touched her hand with his. Sure I do. I'm interested in your day. Their eyes met and hers flashed with, what was that? Excitement or fear? He couldn't quite say. All right, she finally said. I worked lunch today and there was this customer. He comes in several times a week and always orders the same thing. The wait staff calls him Mr. Salmon. I think I can guess what he orders. Cole grinned. Emily laughed. I'm sure you can. So today he comes in and the waitress practically runs back to the kitchen. She busts in and says Mr. Salmon is here. You'll never believe it. He wants chicken. Cole opened his eyes, wondering if that was the end. He saw Emily's face, waiting expectantly for his response. He started to chuckle, slow at first, but Emily started to laugh too, and that only made him laugh more. Chicken. Cole burst out. Yes. Emily held her middle as she laughed. Oh, I know it's really not that funny. But if you had seen the waitress's face. She mimicked it then with wild eyes and her nose scrunched. Cole had almost calmed himself, but started laughing all over again. Oh man, ouch. Laughing hurts my face. I'm sorry, Emily said, sobering. I'll tell a not funny story next. That shouldn't be too hard. I'm really not that funny. Cole's face turned serious and he sat up straighter. Why do you say that? Emily shrugged. I'm just not. Not like you and Jackson. Me and Jackson? Cole lowered his eyebrows in confusion. Yeah, you know, the two of you get together and you feed off each other. Everybody knows how funny you are. Cole let out a snort. We are, aren't we? Emily playfully punched him in the arm. You don't have to be smug about it. Ow. You're the one who said it. Are you going to give me an ice pack for my arm now? It was Emily's turn to laugh. Are you that hurt by a little punch from a girl? That didn't feel much like a girly punch. Where did you learn that? Emily shrugged. From Jackson. Of course. Remind me never to get you really mad at me. Will do. Come on, you're supposed to be distracting me, Cole said. Oh, right. Tell me about when you and Jackson were kids. I'm sure you have some good stories about him. Emily laughed. Do I ever? But I'm sworn to secrecy for half of them. You know, if I tell too much about him, he would be all too happy to share my embarrassing stories. Cole peered at her with his one good eye. So there are embarrassing stories about you? She gave him a piercing stare. Nope, not at all. He reached out and poked her in the ribs. I don't buy that. She seemed to relax a little as she giggled and then moved away from his touch. There are plenty of stories. I'm just not sure we're good enough friends for that yet. Are we friends? Emily shrugged. Sure. Why not? Just making sure. You're Jackson's friend, and Jackson is my brother and the best friend I've ever had. So I think we can be friends. Cole squeezed his eyes shut. Did she sound nervous? Good. I'd like to be friends. But please, tell me more about Jackson as a kid. Emily sighed. We were best friends then too. But that's just the problem, I don't think Jackson got to be a kid long enough. Cole opened his eye and sat up a little straighter. I know, he only told me about your parents in bits and pieces. But I'm sorry. That must have been hard for both of you. Emily nodded. It was. But at least we had each other. I never would have made it without him. Cole watched as her lips twisted up in a grin. We're a good team. At least we always were. I guess things are different now though. Why do you say that? You guys seem to get along so well. Oh, I know, we do. It's just that everything is changing. He and Allie will be married soon, and I think that they're supposed to be the ones who make a good team now. That doesn't mean everything will be different. Emily shrugged. Maybe not. But it's good, you know. They'll be married and happy, and that's the way it's supposed to be. She took a few breaths, then smiled. Besides, change is a good thing, right? Just ask Mr. Salmon. Cole laughed. Don't you mean Mr. Chicken? Emily laughed too. Exactly. Her voice turned from laughter to concern. How does your eye feel? Cole lowered the ice pack and gingerly pressed around his eye. He clenched his jaw at the touch. I'll be all right. Emily bit her lip. I'm so sorry. It looks like you're going to have a black eye. Cole smiled despite the pain it caused. I'll tell people I really shouldn't have made you mad. Chapter 10. Cole hadn't stepped inside a church in years. Probably since college, if he had to guess. Maybe for Easter Sunday with his parents or Christmas Eve or something, but today wasn't Christmas or Easter, and he still wasn't sure why he had agreed to come. Emily and Jackson went with Allie and her family to church every week. When Emily had asked him if he would like to join them this week, he heard himself say yes almost before she finished the question. Now he wished he had taken longer to think that answer through. He could have come up with a good excuse. Just like he'd done for years. But when she smiled at him, he just wanted to be wherever she was. even if it meant church. Church hadn't been that bad growing up. His parents had gone, and they took him since he was a baby. He heard all the Sunday school stories and sang carols in the pageant at Christmas. But in high school, things started to get more serious. They invited speakers to the youth group to talk about living for Jesus, reading your Bible, and making your faith your own and not just your parents' faith. But the more Cole learned, the more he realized his parents didn't live that way. They put on their Sunday best and went to church, but the rest of the week was about them. Their success, their lives, what they dreamed and planned. He watched as their relationship with each other became more distant, all the while pretending their lives were so perfect. One day he'd had enough. If his parents lived that way, probably most of the church did too. When his parents stopped attending every Sunday, he did too. He didn't have the energy to fake an interest in God. Cole stepped through the doors into the sanctuary, and the hair on the back of his neck stood up. He scanned the wooden pews for a familiar face, hoping it would be Emily. Instead, a firm hand clasped his shoulder from behind. He turned to see his best friend. "Dude, how many times have I invited you to church in the time I've known you?" Cole flashed a wicked grin. "More than I can count. So tell me, how is it you tell me no over and over again with no remorse, then my little sister asks you and you agree with no argument?" Cole wanted to say that Jackson wasn't as pretty as Emily, but he didn't. "I don't know, she just asked if I wanted to come and made it sound like everyone would be there without me." "She's much nicer than you." Jackson narrowed his eyes. "Really? How so? I seem to remember you invited me with mentions of fire and brimstone. Emily just made it feel like I was invited to join everyone." "She's sweeter than you are." "Yes, she is." Jackson crossed his arms. "I hope you're not trying to impress her by attending church." Cole shook his head slowly. "No, I'm not. Her faith is important to her. You better not try to act like you're interested in church to ask her out." Cole swallowed hard and set his jaw. "No, that's not what I'm doing." Jackson tilted his head and only slightly released his arms from their tight grip. "Good. Because Cole, you're my best friend, and I want you to come to church and hear God's word. You're a good guy and I care about you. But I care about my sister too, and I don't want to see her get hurt." "I don't either. You have nothing to worry about." "Great." Jackson patted him on the shoulder. "Let's go find our seats." An emptiness grew in Cole's middle. He couldn't put his finger on it, but knowing his best friend wouldn't want him with his sister had him reeling inside. He had suspected it before, but hearing Jackson say it out loud made it much more real. As they made their way into a pew next to both Allie and Jackson's families, Emily caught his eye, and she smiled and waved. Cole waved back and settled into the seat furthest from her. The music began, and he asked himself why he was really here. So many years he had stayed away, and now he had walked right. Was it really because of the beautiful woman at the other end of the pew? The voices of the congregation rose together as they sang about the goodness of God. Over and over the words poured into his ears, but he didn't let them near his heart. Another song began, and when Cole heard the words, he almost had to sit down from the weight of it. The words enveloped him as the voices around him spoke of an emptiness that nothing could fill. He knew that emptiness. The chorus echoed the answer again and again, only Jesus. Cole felt the words of that song as if his own soul was singing it. He heard the words as the pastor preached and he stood as they read from the Bible, but only the words of the song echoed in his heart. Had he been wrong all those years ago? He knew that Jackson and Allie and Emily went to church. They really believed what they heard and lived by it. Not like Cole's parents and others he had grown up with. Their faith affected their daily lives. The wall he had built against God was strong inside him, but he felt a chip fall away as he stood there surrounded by people who really loved God and walked with him. Emily came to church to worship, not to spend time with a man. But she was surprised at the wave of disappointment she felt when Cole took the seat on the opposite end of the pew. Sure, it made sense for him to sit with Jackson. Besides, if he sat by her, she would be distracted. But as the music ended, she realized she was just as distracted with him sitting far away. She stole a glance and tried to decipher the look on his face. He drew his eyebrows down and his lips were pressed together in a line. He didn't look angry, but thoughtful. Emily had been surprised when he agreed to come. From what she had heard, Jackson had been inviting him to church for years. What made him say yes to her? She didn't want to believe it was because of her. Surely he wouldn't suddenly change his mind about God for her. But that look told her that wasn't it at all. He didn't have that confident smile. His shoulders drooped as he sat in the pew with his hands folded in front of him. Emily tore her eyes from him and focused her gaze on the pastor as he began his sermon. But her thoughts stayed with the man on the opposite end of the pew. She prayed God would speak to him today and touch Cole's heart in a way that he couldn't walk away from. Chapter 11. Thursday morning, Cole leaned back in his office chair and closed his eyes. He was trying to focus on his work, but something was distracting him. More specifically, God was distracting him. Why did he have to go to church and get all confused? He had told everyone for years that he didn't believe God was interested in his life. His life plan was to do his best and make his own success. God didn't really care about his job or business, and definitely not his love life. Wasn't that true? He had been convinced. But the words of the song had stuck in his mind. Only Jesus. Only Jesus can satisfy. What if Jesus was what needed all this time and he didn't even know it? What if working hard and trying to be the guy everybody expected him to be just really didn't mean anything? The thoughts had swirled in his mind since Sunday. Thankfully, he had a big project to keep him busy at work, but at night, when the apartment was quiet and he was alone in the darkness, his mind had time to think about the words he'd heard in church. Maybe he wasn't alone in the darkness, at least, maybe he didn't have to be. Jackson talked about God and Jesus like they were real people involved in his life. He prayed, not just before he ate dinner or when he wanted someone to get better, but all the time. Cole frequently found him in the morning, sitting in their living room with his Bible open on his lap and his eyes closed, talking to God. Cole had been taught to make his own way in the world. His parents expected him to work hard and create his own success. It wasn't a stretch to decide that God didn't care about the day-to-day aspects of his life. Sure, Cole believed there was a God, the world was too wonderful and complex to have come from nothing, but could the creator of all that beauty actually care about him? And why would God want a relationship with someone as insignificant as him? He wanted to talk to Jackson about it, but that would be too embarrassing. Emily maybe? But Jackson had warned him not to use church to get close to Emily. Cole sighed, he would give anything to be able to talk to Emily about his feelings. He tapped his fingers on the keyboard. It would be easy to just type Bible into the search bar and read it for himself. But was he really ready for that? He could have picked up a Bible at church or bought one any time, but he resisted. Now he took a deep breath and pressed the keys. Within seconds, multiple options for online Bible reading appeared on the screen. He clicked the first one, figuring the Bible is the Bible. He opened it up, not sure where to start. He remembered some of the books of the Bible he had learned as a kid, but not enough to know what he should read. He decided the beginning was as good as anything, and he clicked on the first book. For several pages he read about how God made the world. Well, he could believe that, but his belief had ended there. The next phrase caught his attention. And they heard the sound of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day, and the man and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God among the garden. But the Lord God called to the man and said to him, "Where are you?" Cole read the passage 3 times, trying to understand. God made Adam and Eve and the garden. But he didn't just leave them alone and let them go about their lives. He came to the garden. He was looking for them, Cole whispered. If he was looking for them, then he cared about them and what happened to them. Was it possible God still cared? That he cared about Cole? He thought about the events of his life. He never would have expected to be living in a small town in Tennessee. what was it that brought him here? When he met Jackson in college, there was just something that drew Cole to him, and he knew right away they would be friends. When they were both offered jobs at the same firm, it had felt like living the dream. Working together, renting their first apartment in Atlanta, hanging out with his best friend all the time. Then they started their own company. It was a struggle to find clients in Atlanta, so when Jackson suggested they move to Twin Creeks, Cole had jumped on board. He had always felt like he lucked out, but what if God had always planned for him to be here? What if God had always planned for him to meet Emily? He pushed that thought away. He knew Jackson had been serious, and he wasn't going to cross his friend. But maybe it was finally time he talked to Jackson about his faith. Jackson had believed that God had planned every detail for them to move the business to Tennessee. Maybe he was right. Chapter 12. What do you think about these? Emily turned at the sound of Cole's question and stared long and hard at the plastic, multicolored, she wasn't even sure what. For, she let her question hang in the air. For the tables, they're centerpieces. Oh. Emily nodded, wide-eyed. Well, they're interesting. But I thought we decided on flowers. Oh, right. Cole placed the item back on the shelf. I forgot. What kind of flowers did we decide on? Tulips. They're Ollie's favorite. Sure, sounds good. We're here to get plates, cups, and napkins, remember? Emily said. I know. Just thought we might as well look while we're here. Cole had already led her down 3 other aisles at the party store that had nothing to do with the couple's shower. She had been grinning the whole time, so she couldn't say that she minded. He tugged on her arm. Let's find what we need. I know you want to check it off your list. Emily watched him take a few steps ahead of her, fully aware of where his hand had touched her arm. She had told him it wasn't really necessary for them both to go on such a simple shopping trip. He had insisted he wanted to come. As he turned and flashed her a grin, she felt her heart flip a switch. For just a moment, she wanted to believe he had come just to spend time with her. Surely that was possible, the alternative was that he was extremely particular about the kinds of plates and napkins they chose. Emily picked up her pace and caught up with him before they turned the corner. Cole turned to face her. So Ollie's favorite is tulips, what's your favorite flower? Who's asking? He held his hands out to his sides. Me, who else? Who else indeed? She had never thought it would really happen, but how many times had she wondered what it would be like if Cole showed any interest in her? Sunflowers. Really? I know it's kind of different. No, Cole looked her in the eyes. It's perfect for you. Emily met his gaze, and for the first time, she didn't feel her cheeks flush. She felt confident as she nodded. I've loved them since I was a little girl. They can grow really tall, right? That's right. They're kind of a strong flower. Cole reached up to squeeze her arm. That's like you. Strong, bright, beautiful. He let go but stayed closed as they continued walking through the store. Emily could hardly breathe. How could he just say something like that and then go on as if everything was normal? Her heart squeezed as she wished moments like this could be normal. What if they were here together as a couple? Casually walking down the aisles, maybe even holding hands and whispering along the way. She took a deep breath. Cole. He stopped and turned at the sound of her voice. Emily? Thank you for saying that. I don't know if you hand out compliments, but you saying that just now, well, it made my day. Cole couldn't move. How in the world was he supposed to stand this close to her with her looking up at him like that and not take her in his arms? He cleared his throat and reminded himself he was supposed to keep his distance. Too bad he also had to tell her how he felt. I really mean it. And no, I don't hand out compliments, at least not like that. You're special, Emily, and I think you should know that. You're always thinking about others and taking care of everyone, But you deserve for someone to be thinking about you and taking care of you. Emily kept her eyes on his, but she took the slightest step backwards. He wished he could reach out and take her hand in his. He had been nervous when he told her she was beautiful, but at the same time it had seemed the most natural thing in the world. Right now, he could barely remember that this beautiful woman was his best friend's sister. It was too easy to fall into step with her and enjoy the time. Cole stepped back, but he gave her one last smile. Thanks for inviting me to come. I know you could pick out napkins without me, but I'm really glad I'm here today. There's no one else I would rather be with. Chapter 13. Emily sat in the waiting room of the doctor's office. Her stomach was in knots and her head hurt, but that was becoming normal. She had tried to tell herself everything was fine for a long time, but now she was worried that something was very wrong. After a long, uncomfortable wait, a nurse called her back. In the exam room, Emily answered more questions than she could have imagined. The nurse weighed and measured her and asked if she had lost or gained weight recently. Emily admitted that she had lost a few pounds, but she also felt sluggish and bloated. Inwardly she prayed they could find answers. The nurse left Emily to wait again. She picked up a magazine from the table and flipped through the pages. Worry began to creep in. What if something was really, really wrong? What if she was sick? She closed her eyes and whispered a prayer. God, please help me. Keep me calm, and be with me. I know you're in control, help me to trust that. As soon as she said, Amen, the door opened and the doctor walked in. Hi, Miss Franklin. Emily, she said, extending her hand. Emily, I'm Dr. Hall. The man with graying hair and wrinkles around his eyes shook her hand. Tell me about what's been going on. She took a deep breath and blew it out. I haven't felt well for several weeks now, maybe 2 months, I'm not exactly sure when it started. But I've had lots of headaches and just in general I don't feel well. She crossed her arms over her middle. And I have a lot of stomach pain. Not like I feel like I'm going to be sick, just pain. I'm so sorry you're experiencing that. We want to do everything we can to help you feel better. Have you had any big life changes in the last couple of months? Moved to a new place? Changed your eating? Started a new job? She shook her head. No, nothing like that. I'm a chef, so my job keeps me on my feet, and it can be pretty stressful. But I've been there a few years now, so it's nothing new. No new supplies? No change in your hours? Nope, it's all the same old, same old. The doctor said, nodding his head. From what you've told me, it sounds like it could be food-related, or vitamin deficiency issues. I would like to refer you to a gastroenterologist. We'll run some blood work so they'll have your results. Our office can set up that appointment, but it may take a few weeks to get you in. All right, Emily said, swallowing back her emotions. They'll come and do the blood draw, and we'll send it off. Hopefully we can get you feeling better soon. Great, Emily said, feeling anything but. Thank you. My pleasure. He stood and patted her shoulder. Try not to worry, we'll get this thing sorted out. Emily gave a weak smile. When the door closed behind him, she closed her eyes and told herself to breathe. This was just a first step. Like the doctor said, they could sort this out. But the words, food-related issues, cut right to her chef's heart. Chapter 14. Cole thought about talking to Jackson about his faith for days, but he wasn't ready. As much as he wanted to know what Jackson would say, he needed to process his own thoughts first. When Saturday night rolled around again, Jackson was the one to bring up church. Are you going to church with us again tomorrow? Or was that a one-time thing? Cole's heart pounded faster at the thought. He rubbed his chin. I've been thinking about that. I'm not sure yet. Jackson held up his hands. No pressure. Just curious. I get it. You've never made me feel pressured. I just want you to know you're invited. You know I care about you. Besides, I don't have much longer to hang out with you before we're not roommates anymore. I know, dude. I can't believe it. Jackson smiled. You've been a great roommate and the best friend I could have asked for. Now don't go making me cry, I'm saving that for the ceremony. I'm planning a single teardrop sliding down my cheek while I watch you say your vows. Jackson laughed. I'll keep it light. But I have to say that you've meant a lot to me. And I'm proud to have you beside me on my wedding day. Thanks. I'm proud to do it. Cole let out a stiff laugh. I can't promise that I'll have you return the favor though. Why not? You don't want me to be your best man? Jackson crossed his arms, pretending to be offended. You know you're my best friend. He shrugged. Just not planning on ever having a wedding. He stuck to his usual answer, despite the fact that he had been reconsidering this more and more. Jackson narrowed his eyes at him. You might change your mind one day. Cole hadn't planned to ask, but it seemed like the opportunity was presenting itself. Maybe God wanted him to finally have this talk. Speaking of changing your mind. He paused and rubbed his palms together. You know, I've always said I didn't believe that God cared about the details of our lives. Yeah, you've mentioned it a couple of 100 times. Cole rubbed the back of his head. I know. I've been thinking about that lately. And I know your faith is important to you. So I just wanted to say I'm sorry I belittled that. Jackson gave him a curious look. Thanks, I appreciate that. But what made you change your mind? Cole shrugged as he took a seat in one of the chairs. Jackson followed and sat beside him. I went to church that day, and I really was just there because everyone else was going. You know I don't like to miss out. Oh, I know that. Jackson's tone held a hint of teasing, but his expression remained serious. But that song from church, the one about how only Jesus can fill that emptiness inside. I've been feeling that emptiness for a long time. I've been trying to fill it with my own success. With having fun and being happy and entertaining everyone. You know I just liked when life was fun and happy, and I wanted to feel that way all the time. But usually it would fade. I would go home and find myself alone and wish that I could just bottle that happiness up and keep it with me whenever I felt lonely. Jackson shook his head. It doesn't work that way. The happiness we find in ourselves, or our friends, or our business is only temporary. I think I'm starting to see that. But I don't know how to be happy all the time. The truth is we're not. Life on earth is temporary and fleeting. God made the world perfect, you know, in the Garden of Eden. But then Adam and Eve sinned. Since then, sin has been in the world, so people on earth are never happy all the time. You're pretty happy most of the time. That's different. I'm not happy all the time. Life is still hard, and things don't always go my way. But what I have in Jesus is joy and hope. I can have joy because I know God is using everything in my life, the good and the bad, to work for His purpose and His glory. And when I'm done here on earth, I get to spend forever with Jesus. That keeps me going on the hard days. And that's what fills that emptiness that you feel. Cole stared at the carpet as he slowly nodded. So how do I get that? Jackson's eyes widened and a slow smile spread across his face. You just pray and ask Jesus to be the Lord of your life. You ask Him to forgive your sins and tell Him you want to walk with Him in faith from now on. That's it? That's it. Could it be that simple? Would you help me? Man, you have no idea how long I prayed for you to ask that. Cole smiled. You know I have to figure things out for myself. You really don't need my help. You just pray to God and tell Him how you feel. There are no magic words and there's no right way to say it. You know what you want to say. Cole nodded. He took a deep breath and then closed his eyes and bowed his head. He felt Jackson put his hand on his shoulder. God, Cole began. I've done my own thing for a long time. I've been trying to find happiness in what I could accomplish, in my goals and my own plans. But I know now that's not working. I don't want to keep living life without you. I've done a lot of things wrong, and I'm not proud of that. God, can you forgive me? I want Jesus in my life, and I want the peace and joy that I've seen in my friends. Amen. Jackson patted his friend on the back, his smile still spread wide. Was that okay? Cole asked. That was perfect. Thanks, man. I'm sorry I've taken this long to get here. Are you kidding? It doesn't matter how long it took, just knowing that you met Jesus today and I got to be part of it. Dude. Jackson pulled Cole into a bear hug. The men patted each other on the back. Thanks for never giving up on me. The thought never even crossed my mind. I'm always here for you. And hey, now we're brothers. Brothers? Yep, brothers in Christ, adopted into the family of God. Cole nodded. He liked the sound of that. I'm pretty sure you were already my brother. I agree. Jackson stood. I can't wait to tell Allie. She's been praying for you too. Cole smiled. He already felt welcomed and loved by these friends. But his heart and soul finally felt whole knowing Jesus was with him. Jesus, who cared about him and his life. Chapter 15. Emily smiled as she glanced around the room at the Mockingbird Event Center. Friends and family were eating and talking and laughing. The food was wonderful, and the decorations were exactly as she had imagined. She would never forget how Cole had looked, standing on a chair tying a pink ribbon above the doorway. She had forced herself to push away all thoughts about her doctor's visit and focus on this party. There was nothing she could do now anyway. Everything is so beautiful, Emily. Julie, Ollie's sister, linked her arm through Emily's. Thanks for doing this for them. It means so much to get to celebrate with everyone together. She tilted her head towards her husband, Travis, who was right behind her. Travis laughed. I'll admit that when Julie said I was going to the shower too, I wasn't thrilled. But this was a great idea. Emily's smile was wide as she nodded. I think so too. We're so glad you could be here with us. We're going to grab some seats. But I wanted to tell you, we're so happy for Allie and Jackson, and we feel like you're part of the family now too. Thanks, that means a lot to me. Emily meant it. And she knew that being a part of the Hughes family was really important to Jackson. Y'all have fun. Julie and Travis made their way to a table. Emily could see them talking to friends and family along the way. It was nice really, to be a part of the community here. Michaela appeared at her side and gave her a quick hug. This is such a great shower. You and Cole must have worked so hard. Emily didn't miss the way Michaela raised her eyebrows when she said Cole's name. We did. But it was fun, and we were happy to do it for Allie and Jackson. I'm sure they'll be glad to return the favor one day. Emily laughed. Who knows, maybe it'll be your turn. Michaela smiled. Who knows? Emily nodded. She knew Michaela had experienced her own share of heartache, but still held out hope for love in the future. Maybe Emily could have that hope too. Let's keep praying for both of us. Michaela gave Emily's hand a squeeze before she made her way to the food table. Cole sauntered over then with 2 glasses of punch. He held one out to her, then lifted his own as if to toast. To the 2 best wedding shower planners I know. Emily held her glass in the air as he clinked it with hers. Are you complimenting yourself? I'm complimenting our partnership in the event. We make a good team. Emily nodded. I think everything is going really well. Her eyes met his, and she hoped he knew she meant more than just the party. The day before, when Cole and Jackson showed up at Allie and Emily's, Cole had been radiant. Emily knew she would never forget that day. We have some great news, Jackson had said as he burst into the house. Cole, do you want to tell them? Or should I? Cole seemed bashful all of a sudden. Emily had never seen that before. You can tell her. Nah, it's your news. Jackson pushed him forward. Yeah, but it's fine, you can tell her. Emily looked between them like she was watching a tennis match. Is someone going to tell me? All right, I will, Jackson said. Cole's decided to follow Jesus. Emily's eyes snapped to Cole's and he seemed to search for her reaction. Her mouth fell slightly open, then her smile grew. She closed the distance and wrapped him in a hug. Cole, that's wonderful news. I'm thrilled for you. That's the most important decision you'll ever make. I'd owe part of it to you, he said. Me? Emily pressed her palm to her chest. How? You're the one who invited me to church. When I went, it started me thinking about God in a way I never had. Jackson stepped close to Emily. Never mind that I've invited him to church 100 times. I guess it just needed the right spin, Cole said. Either way, it's wonderful. Emily said. The memory replayed in her mind as she looked at the man in front of her. Even now, she could see that there was something different about him. He had always been confident and carried himself well, but now it was as if he was more comfortable in his own skin. Maybe he wasn't trying as hard. Whatever it was, he was even more attractive to her. Cole wiggled his eyebrows up and down. We're just about to get started with the games. Emily laughed. You're sticking to the ones we approved, right? Not the toilet paper one? Cole turned his palms to the ceiling and shrugged, that boyish grin playing on his lips. You never know what might happen once the party gets going. Emily's stomach flip-flopped. How could he be so adorable? Still, she had to put him in his place. She lifted a finger and wagged it at him. Just remember, this is Allie and Jackson's party, not ours. Cole stopped and his eyes met hers. Oh, she hadn't meant to say that. But now that she had, she quietly waited to see how he would react. Cole stepped close and her chest constricted. He was a little too close to her ear when he whispered. If this was our party, I wouldn't even notice what games anyone chose. He stepped away and winked at her. She watched him go and prayed the speed of her heartbeat would slow down. Surely he didn't mean that. He was just flirting for fun. Wasn't he? Emily shook herself as she heard Cole's voice boom over the noise of the party. Attention everyone. Cole had pulled 2 chairs to the center of the room and he stood on one of them now. Attention, he called again, waiting for everyone to quiet down. We're all so thankful that you've come to celebrate Jackson and Allie. Cheers rang out around the room. Cole pointed out the happy couple sitting near the front. Emily watched as Allie blushed and snuggled into Jackson's embrace. But before we let these two get married, we thought we should all find out just how well they know each other. He motioned with his hands. Jackson and Allie, come on over here, we have a game to play. Everyone clapped as they rose and made their way to the 2 chairs. Cole jumped down and continued the role of MC, which he had assigned himself. Now, each of you will take a seat facing away from each other. He waited until they had taken their seats. Then you'll take off your shoes. What? Allie gave him a look that resembled horror. Why? Cole laughed. It's part of the game. Jackson stood from his seat and walked around to face Allie. It's just for fun. He leaned down to kiss her and then quickly slipped her pink high-heel shoes off before she could argue. Allie let out a squeal, but she joined in the ripple of laughter that echoed through the room. Jackson returned to his own seat and removed his brown dress shoes to lift triumphantly in the air. Cole's eyes danced as he continued explaining the rules. You'll swap one shoe so you both have one of each. Then, as I list each question, you'll raise the shoe of the person you think it applies to. Got it? Allie and Jackson nodded their understanding. All right, we'll start out with a few easy questions. Who is the planner in the relationship? Everyone laughed as they both held up the pink shoe. I think we can all agree on that one. Next, who is the Messier one? Again they agreed when they both held up the brown shoe. Emily stood, watching Cole as he called out questions. He listed everything from who said "I love you" first to who picked the honeymoon location. Emily knew she should be watching Allie and Jackson and enjoying this moment with them, but she couldn't take her eyes off Cole. He seemed to be keeping an eye on her too and made several glances her way. The game was a smashing success, and Emily was glad Cole had talked her into it. When the guests were gone and the presents loaded into their vehicles, Allie and Jackson made their way to Emily. Thank you so much for this." Allie pulled her into a hug. "I knew you could do it, but I really had no idea how amazing and fun this would be." "I agree." Jackson came in for his own hug. "Thanks, Em. You're the best." "Really?" "Hey, what about me?" Cole sidled up next to Emily. "Yeah, you were great too, man." "Thanks." The two men high-fived before Allie gave Cole a hug. "Can we help you clean up?" Emily held up her hands. No, not a chance. You get out of here and let us take care of everything." "Are you sure?" Allie looked from Emily to Cole and her eyes seemed to dance. "Yep, we got it," Cole said. "All right then. We'll see you later." "Thanks again." Emily took a deep breath and blew it out as the door shut behind them. She found the nearest chair and collapsed into it. "Phew. That was fun, but I'm tired. I feel like I just smiled and nodded for hours." Cole laughed. "You did great. I think everyone had a good time." "I did too. But I don't think I sat down the whole time. And now that I'm in this chair, I'm not sure I can get up." "Oh, yes you can." Cole came close and reached for her hands to pull her up. She resisted and turned her head away from him. "I just need a few minutes, my feet are killing me." "But the faster we work, the sooner it will be done, then you can crash for real." She groaned as Cole pulled her to her feet. But once she was standing, she realized how close they were. She tilted her head up at him, mere inches from his face. Cole didn't seem in a hurry to move away. He stared at her for a moment before he spoke. "You know you're a great friend and sister to them." "Who?" Emily wasn't sure she knew her own name, much less anyone else's. "Allie and Jackson. A wedding shower is a big deal, but you made sure every detail was handled." "But it's more than that, I know you would do anything for them." Emily shrugged. "They would do anything for me." "That's true. I guess I'm just saying you're all lucky to have each other, but they're especially blessed to have you." "Thanks, Cole," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. He finally dropped her hands and stepped back. He ran a hand through his hair. "So I guess we have a few things to do here. Where should we start?" Emily didn't take her eyes off him to look around the room. "Cole," she said, causing him to meet her gaze. "They're blessed to have you too. All of us are. I've always thought the world of Jackson, so when he told me he made a friend at school, I was a little nervous. Maybe I was worried it would take him away from me. But you've been a good friend to him, and I'm thankful that God brought you two together." Cole cleared his throat. "Me too. And I'm glad that now I can see it was always part of God's plan for me too." Emily nodded. "Yes, it was." She watched as his chest filled with air before he blew it out. "Emily, what if?" His voice dropped off and he looked away as if he wasn't sure he should say what was on his mind. She took a step closer to him. "What?" He looked back at her. "Have you ever wondered if maybe God had a plan for us to meet too?" Her heart threatened to pound right out of her chest. She wanted to drop her gaze, to look away and pretend he hadn't asked that. But she couldn't. "I wonder about a lot of things. But you're Jackson's best friend. I know that that's not something I want to mess up." Cole inched forward, closing the gap between them. "But what if I wasn't? What if we just met under different circumstances?" Emily bit her lip. "The truth?" Of course. Then I would have had a crush on you the first day we met. Joy and relief washed over Cole's face at the same moment. Really? Emily swallowed hard as she nodded. How could she be admitting that to him? Cole slowly moved towards her and reached for her hands. He linked his fingers through hers and a rush ran up her arms at his touch. I've wanted to ask you out 1,000 times. But I didn't want to upset Jackson. Emily wanted to hold on. To grip his hands and not let go. But his words sent a shock to her system. She dropped his hands and stepped back. You're right. I don't think Jackson would be happy. She looked at the ground and shook her head. You're Jackson's friend, she repeated the words that she told herself constantly. And Jackson is too important to me. Cole sighed and stepped backwards too. I know. You're right. Emily wished she had something else to say. But nothing came. What else could there be between them? She turned and began gathering things in silence. She kept quiet as they worked in the same room, but she had never felt so alone. Chapter 16. Emily had worked hard to convince Allie and Jackson to let her cater the rehearsal dinner. Of course, they had said it was too much, she was the maid of honor after all. But Emily had insisted. Ollie's parents paid for the wedding, and it was the family of the groom's responsibility to host the rehearsal dinner. For Jackson, that meant Emily. She had high hopes that their mom might attend the dinner, but she and Jackson both knew that she wouldn't be paying for it. After everything Jackson had done for Emily, including working to put her through college, this was the least she could do for him. But now that the night had arrived, she wondered if it had been a good idea. She could have let her staff do the food. That would have made sense. They catered events all the time. But Emily had wanted to prepare it herself. Her staff helped, but she watched over every step. As she unloaded the last of the supplies from the back of her vehicle, she knew she would need to hurry to get into her dress before the rehearsal started. Can I carry that for you? Emily gasped as she turned from her car and nearly ran into Jackson. Oh hey, you're not supposed to be helping. You're the groom. Jackson shrugged. Since when do we do anything the normal way? Emily laughed. I'm thinking never. Right. Plus, you know we always help each other out. Yes, I do. She closed the door to her car and followed close behind him. Jackson, in case I don't get to say it later, you know I'm really happy for you. Jackson stopped at the door to the fellowship hall and gave her a tender expression. Thanks, Em. That means the world to me. I know it probably seems weird for me to marry your best friend, but I think the best part of that is that you get to be such a big part of this with me. You know you were my first best friend, and I'm glad this means we can still be close. I would hate to think I was marrying someone you couldn't get along with. He laughed. She laughed too, which helped keep the tears at bay. Come on, let's get this put away. We've got to make sure we have enough time to practice for the ceremony. Jackson nodded. I'm not so worried about that. I think everybody knows how to walk in a straight line, so it should be easy. But I'm looking forward to getting that part over with so we can enjoy your amazing food. Emily held the door and let Jackson walk through in front of her. She had been blessed with the most amazing big brother. They had walked through some hard times, but they had done it together. She hoped he was right that they would always be close. The rehearsal went by without a hitch. As Jackson had put it, they all knew how to walk in a straight line. Although Emily still wondered at her ability to walk normally in such close proximity to Cole. They had practiced walking out of the sanctuary with her arm looped through his. She was torn between moving away quickly and wanting to hold on for the rest of the evening. The pastor prayed over Allie and Jackson and for their big day, then they were all dismissed to the fellowship hall. Emily hurried ahead of everyone. She was tempted to slip on an apron and her chef hat, but she remained in her formal dress as she began lifting the lids off chafing dishes. One of her kitchen assistants had come to help and did the same. The room smelled of the roasted chicken and the twice-baked potatoes. Emily couldn't wait for the guests to enjoy the chocolate mousse for dessert. She watched as everyone began to file in line, then her hand flew to her mouth when she realized that the salad dressing was missing from the table. With a gasp, she turned and ran into the kitchen. Frantically, she searched through the bag she had brought. Where could it be? A noise behind her caused her to turn. Is everything all right? Cole's voice both exhilarated and terrified her. I've lost the salad dressing. I can't believe I forgot to put it out. I can help you look. Emily stared as he started moving things around on the counter. She hadn't looked there, she assumed if it wasn't out on the table it must still be in a bag. Is this it? Cole held up a stack of round plastic containers. Yes. She shouted. In her excitement, she ran to him and grabbed them, relief flooding her. As she took the containers from him, she realized how she must look. She cleared her throat and smoothed a hand over her dress. Thank you. I really appreciate your help. Cole looked down at her and she realized how close they were standing. You're welcome, he said. Emily didn't look away, even though she knew she should. Cole reached out and slipped his hand over hers. Emily, you look beautiful tonight. He squeezed her hand. And you've done a great job with the food. Everything looks amazing. Please try not to stress. Your assistant seems to have everything under control. I think you should walk out of the kitchen and come sit with me to enjoy your dinner. Sit with you? Well, yes. We are the best man and maid of honor. Our seats are right next to each other. Oh, yes. She dropped her gaze to the floor. He squeezed her hand again and waited until she looked up at him. But I'm very glad they are. I know what you said about Jackson. Still, there's no one else I would rather sit next to tonight. Did he really mean that? Her heart ached to believe it was true. She held up the containers of dressing. I just need to put this out on the table. Sure thing. He led the way to the door of the kitchen. Just before they reached it, he gave her hand one last squeeze, then let go. She immediately missed the warmth and comfort of his hand. Emily practically floated to the serving table and set out the salad dressing. Then she joined Cole in line as they fixed their plates and headed to their designated seats. Allie and Jackson were both beaming as they sat close together at the table. Emily, everything is absolutely perfect. Thank you so much. Allie stood to hug her friend. I've already said it, but thanks, Em. You're the best. Jackson said. Emily glowed at their appreciation. She took her seat and enjoyed the meal. The rest of the evening was full of laughter and tears, as family and friends around the room shared stories and memories of Allie and Jackson. Emily let herself relax. She even let her gaze travel to Cole's intoxicating grin more than a few times. She smiled and laughed and cried at all the right moments. But deep down, she couldn't help but wonder if Jackson would still think she was the best if he knew she was falling for his best friend. Chapter 17. It had finally arrived. Today was his best friend's big day. He knew how long Jackson had been waiting for today, and he hoped it would be everything he and Allie dreamed of. Cole could even say he hoped and prayed for it. He had been doing a lot of that lately. He wasn't sure if he was doing it right. But he felt different, and he began to simply say, "Thank you, God, for the things in his life." Like the moment in the kitchen with Emily the night before. He couldn't have planned that. But having that quiet moment with her in the midst of the evening had been perfect. He had prayed all night that God would show him how to feel about Emily. Cole shook himself, remembering today was about Jackson and Allie. Not him and Emily. He grabbed the bag holding his rented tux from the couch and headed out the door. A big smile spread across his face. His best friend was getting married. Today was going to be a good day. Jackson had left before Cole even woke up. He must have been too excited to sleep. Cole swung by the coffee shop where he picked up 6 coffees and an assortment of bagels. Emily had suggested it and placed the order for him. She said the groomsmen would need some breakfast since Allie had requested they all arrive early and get dressed at the church. Jackson had mentioned something about having time that morning to hang out as guys for the last time while he was single. It was hard to believe Cole and Jackson wouldn't be roommates anymore. They had lived together since their sophomore year of college. Cole sure was going to miss him. Although he doubted Jackson would feel the same way. He felt certain Allie would be an infinitely better roommate than Cole. She probably would even do his laundry and cook dinner, something Cole wasn't known for. An overwhelming sense of loneliness washed over Cole as he pulled into the church parking lot. Jackson was getting a wife, a future, a house, and a new life today. For Jackson, today was a beginning, but for Cole it was feeling much more like an ending. He was staying in the apartment for now, but he might have to move to a smaller place without Jackson to help with the rent. Or take on a new roommate. That idea didn't appeal to him at all. He didn't want to find a new guy to live in the other room. What would it be like to find a woman to share his life with? Cole had pushed the idea away for so long. What if he started a serious relationship with someone and it didn't work out? Or worse yet, what if he got married and then failed? His palms began to sweat at the thought. It was too much pressure. Too many chances for something to go wrong. And if it was Emily, failing could turn out badly for all of them. Once again, he told himself to focus on Jackson. He was happy for his friend. Cole climbed out of his car, balancing the coffee in one hand and the bag of bagels in the other. He would have to come back for his tux. Happy wedding day, Cole called as he burst into the room. Jackson looked up from where he sat in one of the Sunday school room chairs. His smile was so big it looked like it might break his face. Thanks, man. Without hesitation, Jackson came to him and put his arms around Cole in a bear hug. Ah, love you too, man, but I'm about to drop this coffee. Jackson pulled back and laughed. Sorry. I'm a little excited today. I can see that. Where is everybody else? Jackson glanced at his watch. They'll be here soon, he said of the other groomsmen. Jackson's brother was standing up with him as well as his brother-in-law, Andrew, his sister Lacey's husband, and Ollie's brother-in-law Travis. But I have something I want to say to you. Why don't you sit? Cole felt his nerves grow. Okay, but remember, I'm saving the tears for the ceremony. Jackson laughed. I know. But I have to say this. Cole, I know you have this concern about relationships. But man, I'm serious. Don't stick with this idea that you'll never get married. Cole's breath caught in his throat. Was it possible Jackson knew about his feelings for Emily? He didn't think so. I know you're worried you might mess it up, or that marriage is a sham. But God is bigger than that. You have to trust Him to make it work. Thanks, Jackson. I appreciate you saying that. But why now? For one thing, I've never been able to say that to you until now. Faith changes everything. Cole knew that was true. But also, today is the happiest day of my life. Not just because it's a big ceremony in front of our family and friends, but because it's a lifelong commitment. And because Allie completes me. I know without a doubt that God made us for each other, and I can't imagine living my life without her. Cole's heart ricocheted against his ribs. Jackson didn't know what he was talking him into. But in that moment Cole knew. For the first time, a lifelong commitment didn't terrify him. He wanted to imagine his life with Emily, and he wanted that to start today. Promise me you'll think about it, Jackson said. Cole nodded. I promise. He had already started. As if on cue, the door behind Cole opened and the other groomsmen made their way in. Cole's heart felt a little lighter and less lonely as he passed out coffee to the other men. Just the thought of being with Emily lifted his spirit. He couldn't wait to see her. Emily stood back as Ollie's mother buttoned up the back of her wedding dress. She held back tears as she watched her friend's face in the mirror. She was beaming with pride and joy. Emily wondered what that felt like to be getting ready to marry the man she loved. But she pushed the thoughts away. Today was Allie and Jackson's day. "What do you think?" Allie asked, turning to Emily. Emily smiled. "You're beautiful." She went forward and hugged her friend. "Best friend yesterday, sister today." Allie smiled as tears filled her eyes. "I still can't believe it." Well, okay, sometimes I can't," Emily laughed. "But I'm glad you're going to be my sister, and I'm thrilled for you and Jackson." "Thanks, Allie said. "Have you seen him today?" Emily shook her head. "I wanted to give you my full attention." Allie reached out and squeezed her hand. "I'm taken care of right now, go see him." Emily let out a sigh and let her friend see the appreciation on her face. "I'll be back soon." She lifted the hem of her dress and practically ran from the room. Jackson and the groomsmen were getting ready in one of the Sunday school rooms on the bottom floor of the church. Emily hurried down the stairs and down the hallway. She reached for the doorknob, but the male voices inside reminded her she should knock first. She lifted her hand, but just before she could wrap her knuckles, the door opened. "Oh." She jumped back. Cole stood in the doorway, still dressed in casual clothes. "Hey," he said. "Emily, you look beautiful." She met his eyes and saw the look of admiration. She could have stared into his eyes all day. "Emily?" Jackson's voice came from behind and Cole moved out of the way. "Hey." She turned her attention to her brother, dragging her gaze away from Cole. "Happy wedding day." "How's the groom?" Jackson wrapped his arms around her. "Happy." "I'm glad to hear it," Emily said in a muffled voice. "But I can't breathe." Jackson released her. "Sorry." "How's everything with the bride?" Emily tilted her head to the side and smiled before making a motion of zipping her lips closed. "She's fine, but that's all I'll say." "Perfect." "No spoiling the surprise," Jackson said. He pulled Emily back to where Cole still stood by the door. "But it's no surprise that I'm happy to have the two of you stand up there with us today." Emily looked Cole over. "Speaking of, you do know there's a wedding happening? And that you're supposed to be ready for pictures soon?" Cole flashed that impossible grin of his. "Yep. My hands were full when I got here. I'm headed to get my tux out of the car now. Be right back." When Cole was gone, Emily turned back to her brother. "So, today's the day." "Yep. Can't believe it's finally here." Emily reached out and smoothed his collar with both hands, even though it was perfectly straight. He didn't really need her help anymore. Emotion caught in her throat and she swallowed hard. "I'm happy for you, Jackson. I know you'll be a wonderful husband." "Thanks, Em. I wouldn't be who I am if it weren't for you." She shook her head even as she smiled. "I don't believe that. But I'm proud of you, and I want all the best for you." She reached out for a quick hug. "But enough of that. My makeup needs to last through the pictures. So I'll get back to Allie now. I'll see you out there then." "Thanks for everything, Jackson." "Thanks for everything, Em." She lifted her hand in a wave and walked out the door. She closed the door, feeling like her life was changing today. The door was closing not just on the room, but on the relationship she and her brother had always shared. They had taken care of each other when no one else did. Now Allie and Jackson would take care of each other, but where would that leave her? Emily pressed her fingertip under one eye to stop the tear. Then she hurried down the hallway. Just before she reached the stairs, the outside door opened and Cole walked in. He smiled at her, but must have noticed the look in her eyes. "Hey, are you all right?" She nodded, not trusting her voice. Cole dropped the bag with his tux on the floor and reached out to grasp her arms. "Hey, you can talk to me." "What's wrong?" She shook her head, telling herself not to get emotional and cry off her makeup. "It's just a big day." So much is changing now. Cole leaned against the wall and pulled her to his chest. Her senses were overwhelmed with the scent of him and the nearness. She almost forgot why she was upset. I understand, he said. I'm feeling the same way. I left my apartment this morning knowing my best friend doesn't live with me anymore. My best friend is moving out and my brother is getting married, she countered. Touché, you win. Emily giggled. I wasn't trying to win. She pushed back and looked up to meet his eyes. I know, he smiled. But you're right, it's a lot of change. For all of us. Emily glanced down as she realized he was still holding her arms. Yeah, she mumbled, losing her train of thought. It's all going to be all right. I've already been through some big decisions lately. And I'm glad that I'm going through these changes walking with God. The twinkle in his eyes warmed her heart and made her smile. Yes, and I'm thrilled for you. Cole laughed. I can't explain it, I feel freer and happier than I ever have. I know this doesn't make life all sunshine and rainbows, but it's like Jackson told me, there's a joy I haven't known before. And I feel for the first time like I can just be myself. Emily scrunched her eyebrows. What do you mean? You're one of the most confident people I know. I never thought you were afraid to be yourself. Cole dropped his head. I know. That's how I liked it, for everyone to see me as the fun, happy-go-lucky guy, and I think some of that will always be true. But I don't feel like I have to be that all the time now. Does that make sense? Emily nodded. It does. But don't think that's going to keep me from showing off my moves on the dance floor later. She laughed. Oh, I have no doubt. He looked her in the eyes, and his expression turned serious. Will you dance with me today? I think I've already been given that assignment. Oh. Yes, Allie says the maid of honor is supposed to dance with the best man. Is that so? Emily nodded. Well, I have no complaints about that. What about you? Emily felt her heart pound double time in her chest. She nodded. I'm okay with it. Would you like to dance with me just because? Not only because you're the maid of honor and I'm the best man? She wanted to look away, to hide her pink face from him, but his eyes locked with hers and she couldn't move. Her voice was so quiet, she barely heard herself admit the truth. Yes. Cole grinned as he lifted his hand and ran a finger across her cheek. Then we'll make that happen. Several beats went by in silence, and the air between them felt charged. Cole broke it as he spoke. But for now, I think I need to go get dressed for pictures. Emily stepped away and gasped. Yes, you better. You do not want to mess with Ollie's schedule for the day. Cole laughed. Luckily, I think I'll just make it. I'll see you in a little bit. Emily watched him go and felt as if a flip had switched in her heart. She had been telling herself all these months that Cole was her brother's best friend, and he was definitely off limits. But it seemed that no one had told her heart. Chapter 18. Emily was glad she had taken a couple of days off work after the wedding. She didn't know she could be so exhausted from someone else's special day. Monday afternoon, once again, she sat in a doctor's office with her stomach in knots. At this point, she didn't know if it was from nerves or from whatever was actually upsetting her stomach. Probably a little bit of both. She sat up straight when the doctor entered and introduced herself. So I've read over your health profile and I've looked at the results from the blood work that Dr. Hall's office did. Emily nodded and bit her lip. I'll cut right to the point. Your blood work is concerning. They ran a test for an antibody that we test for celiac disease. Your antibodies are very high. That combined with your low iron and vitamin D levels, I feel confident in saying that you are positive for celiac disease. There's only one treatment, and that's a gluten-free diet. Emily felt as if the room began to spin. She put her hand out on the chair where she sat to balance herself. This couldn't be happening. Gluten is in a number of foods, but it's a protein that's found in barley, malt, and wheat Emily finished for her. I know. I'm a chef. Oh, the doctor said. She seemed to take that in as she tapped her pen on her clipboard. That could be challenging. That was an understatement. Yes, was the only thing Emily could muster. The best course of action is to start you on some vitamins to get your levels up and for you to cut out gluten completely. We'll schedule a follow-up appointment in 6 months and we'll see how you're doing then. Emily nodded. The doctor walked over to her and put a hand on her shoulder. I know this is a lot to take in. The nurse will bring you some brochures and resources to read. If you feel it would be helpful, we can make you an appointment with a dietitian to help get you started. Try not to worry. I've seen this in a number of patients, and once you get the hang of it, it's really not so bad. Emily thanked the doctor as she left, even though she wanted to walk out and pretend this conversation never happened. This couldn't be real. She was a chef. How could she have food allergies? Back in her car, she sat without starting the engine. She wanted to cry, but felt like she was in too much shock for that. Staring out the window, she thought about all the things she couldn't have: cake, bread, croutons, fried chicken. At least she had enjoyed the cake at Allie and Jackson's wedding. It was the last real cake she could ever eat. At the thought of Allie and Jackson, her tears finally began to fall. She needed to tell someone this upsetting news, but who? Her best friend and her brother were on their honeymoon, and she couldn't disturb them to tell them she couldn't eat bread anymore. With no one to call and nothing else to do, she started the car and turned towards home. Just before she pulled into the driveway, her phone rang. She expected it to be work calling to ask her to come in. She was surprised to see it was Cole. She cleared her throat and tried to sound normal as she answered. Hello? Hey, Emily, it's Cole. Sorry to bother you, but Allie said Jackson had some contracts that need to go to the office. He left the paperwork at your house. I wondered if I could come by and get it. Oh, sure, that's fine, Emily said, sounding more casual than she felt. Anytime. Great. I'm actually not far from your neighborhood. Would it be all right if I come now? She glanced in the mirror, checking to see if her eyeliner had run down her cheek. It wasn't too bad. Sure, no problem. Thanks, I'll see you in a few. Emily parked in the driveway, climbed out, and practically ran to the front door. She dropped her purse and keys just inside and made her way around the house picking up stray items. Her bridesmaid dress and shoes were still laying on the chair in the living room. Allie would have died, but she didn't live there anymore. Cole was true to his word, and it was only a few minutes before the doorbell rang. Emily forced herself to walk to the door at a normal pace. Cole greeted her before she opened the door all the way, and his face lit up with a smile. Hey, she said, her voice low. Cole's smile faded away. What's wrong? That was her undoing. Her breath came in quick gasps as her emotions overflowed and her eyes filled with tears. In a moment, Cole stepped inside, closed the door behind him, and took her in his arms. Emily laid her head on his shoulder and cried. She couldn't say how long they stood there like that, but when she caught her breath and stepped back, she could see the black marks from her mascara that bled down his light blue shirt. Come on, Cole said gently. He took her hand and led her to the couch. When they sat, their knees touched and she noticed he still held her hand. You have to tell me what's wrong. Emily sniffed and tried to gain control of her voice. I had a doctor's appointment today. She watched as Cole's face went pale. Are you sick? His voice was heavy with concern. No, not sick. Not really. I've been having headaches and pain in my stomach. So I was concerned that something was wrong. And what did they say? They did blood work a few weeks ago and sent me to a specialist. Did you tell anyone? Emily heard his unspoken question. Why didn't she tell him? No one. He rubbed his thumb over hers. Why not? I just didn't want to bother anyone. Allie and Jackson had a lot going on with the wedding. She shrugged. I didn't want anyone to worry. You could have told me. Emily met his eyes. I'm sorry. His smile was kind. You don't have to be sorry. I just want you to know you could have told me. I would have listened. But I'm listening now. What did they say? I have celiac disease. Oh. His expression clouded over in confusion. It's an autoimmune disease. It means my body can't process gluten. So like all that gluten-free stuff? I just thought that was a trendy diet thing. Emily shook her head. I think some people just want to try it, but for some people it's really serious. It's likely that's what's been causing my headaches and stomach pain, and even my low vitamin levels. Wow, I had no idea. I did some research a while back. As a chef, if someone says they have a gluten intolerance or celiac disease, I really need to take that seriously. So I wanted to be informed. That's nice of you. But now what if that's me? How can I be a chef and work in a kitchen surrounded by gluten? And how can I create new dishes if I can't even taste them? Cole sighed. He was quiet for a few moments before he said, I don't know. Yeah, Emily agreed. Me neither. Thus the tears. She nodded as a fresh batch made their way down her cheeks. Hey, Cole lifted his hand and wiped away a tear. It will be all right somehow. I know I'm new to the whole relationship with Jesus thing, but I know the Bible says that all things work together for good for those who love God. And so if you believe the Bible, he paused to grin at her, which I do, then you have to believe something good will come from this. God gave you your love for cooking, and God knows if you need to avoid certain foods. He can take care of the details. Emily stared at him wide-eyed. You're right. It won't be easy. But somehow it will be all right. What is that about? Have you been reading the Bible or something? Cole smiled and winked at her. Something. Thanks. I still think it's going to be hard, if not almost impossible, with my job. But I appreciate you saying that. I needed to hear it. Happy to help. She held her hands up in the air as she glanced around the house. Sorry, the place is kind of a mess. Cole apparently ignored what she said about the house. Actually, I think you look wonderful, he said. She looked at him and saw there was no teasing or laughter in his eyes. Only truth. He was close, very close, and without her permission, her eyes drifted to his lips. If she only leaned in, she would finally find out what it would be like. She shook her head slightly and stood before she acted on that impulse. What was it you came by for? Oh, right, there was a hint of disappointment in his voice. Just some papers Jackson left here. I mean, Allie said Jackson left them here. I guess he brought them after work one day last week. Are they in a folder or something? Emily looked round the living room. I don't know, Allie didn't say. Just that they were here, and I should call you to come by and get them. Emily turned and gave him a curious look. When did Allie tell you that? At the wedding, not long before they left. She said she didn't want to bother Jackson with it. Emily said. I haven't seen them all week, and I don't see them now. So what are you saying? That Allie just wanted to give me an excuse to come see you? Emily laughed. I think that's a very good possibility. Cole laughed too. In that case, I guess I better stay a while. He collapsed on the couch as if he intended to make himself comfortable. Emily turned to look him over. Did he really want to stay and spend time with her? Any ideas for dinner? Cole asked. As the words escaped, he winced. Sorry, that wasn't the best suggestion. She sighed. No, it's a normal suggestion. And I guess I'll have to eat something. Maybe I could make salad, she said. It sounded more like a question than a statement. Cole wrinkled his nose. Oh, that's right, you think you don't like salad. I think? I've never had a salad that I liked. You've also never had a salad made by me. Cole grinned. That's true. Are you looking to prove me wrong? Just trying to say you haven't found the right one yet. Chapter 19. Cole knew Emily was right. He had been waiting his whole life to find the right one. Now he knew she was standing right in front of him. He could have watched Emily work in the kitchen all day. She was quick and efficient, which he was sure was good in a restaurant kitchen, but there was something about the way she moved. She was smooth and graceful, and she made chopping and sautéing look like the performance of a beautiful ballet. He had offered to help, but she said she would handle things this time. She wanted to make sure it was the best salad ever. So he pulled out a stool and sat in the opposite corner, where he had the best view. Did you take dance as a kid? She turned and looked at him out of the corner of her eye before turning her attention back to the strawberries she was slicing. No, I didn't. Why? You just move like a dancer. Have you known many dancers? He shook his head. Actually no, just my impression I guess. The clicking of the knife on the cutting board was the only sound for a few moments. Emily turned to face him and leaned against the counter. I always wanted to take ballet. I would watch ballet videos whenever I got the chance, and I would walk around dancing everywhere when I was a little girl. But you never took lessons? There was never money for that kind of thing. Oh, Cole remembered the things Jackson had told him about their parents. I'm sorry, Emily. She shrugged and turned back to her cutting board. It's just how life was for us. What was that like for you? How old were you when your dad died? I was 7 when he got hurt in the factory. That's what started it all. He wasn't a bad man, I have some good memories of him before that. He worked a lot, and he was a tough guy, but he would come home and play with us. She gave a small laugh. It would drive my mom crazy that she would get us ready for bed and then he would chase us around and wrestle, getting us all wild. Cole laughed. He sounds like a lot of fun. He was. Until the accident. He couldn't handle being out of work. I think it was because he took so much pride in providing for us. He didn't have a college degree or anything, but he got that job at the factory when he was 18 and he hardly missed a day of work. Having that taken away can be a blow to a man's ego. I can understand that. He wasn't the same anymore. He was in a bad mood all the time, usually mean. And then he started drinking. She paused and put her hands on the counter. As much as he wanted to provide for us, when he found out that his hand would never allow him to go back to work at the factory, he just gave up. I didn't see him much after that. He would sleep during the day and then go out at night to drink. Then one day he didn't come home. It was the day before my 8th birthday. Cole stood and went to her, unsure of what he should do, even though he wanted to wrap her in his arms. He would give anything to take away her pain. He stood behind her and spoke quietly. I'm sorry, Emily. My mom didn't even remember my birthday. We didn't go to school that day. Mom had to go to the hospital and talk to the police. A neighbor came over to stay with us, I don't remember her name. But Jackson broke open his piggy bank, walked to the gas station and bought me a snack cake. He never forgot my birthday. You and Jackson have always taken care of each other. She nodded, still facing away from him. But he thought he heard her sniff. That's why it was hard for you at the wedding. She nodded again. Cole put his hands on her waist and she slowly turned to face him. He stepped close and encircled her with his arms. I know that Jackson is important to you. He's not leaving you just because he got married. And neither is Allie. You'll always be important to them. I know, she dropped her gaze to the floor. But they will be most important to each other. And that's how it should be. They're husband and wife now. I know they care about me. It's just not going to be the same. He crooked his finger and lifted her chin to look in her eyes. Emily, I care about you. You don't have to say that. I do have to say it. Because it's true. I didn't know how much until now. But I care for you. Since the first time I met you, I've noticed how you take everything in. You aren't the center of attention or the one who talks all the time, you're quiet, but I can see how you are always observing, always noticing what's going on around you. And I know that you care about people. You take care of everyone, you feed everyone, and you just instinctively seem to know what everyone needs. A faint smile started to play on her lips, then faded. I know about everyone, except you. He felt his heart crash. What do you mean? His pulse quickened at the though that she might not feel the same way he did. You don't need anything. I do like to take care of people, but you don't seem to need to be taken care of. You're confident and calm. You are the center of attention and you're happy with it. You don't worry about being embarrassed or saying the wrong thing. You just jump in and say it, or go for whatever you want. You don't need anything. Emily, his voice dropped to a whisper. That's where you're wrong. It might seem like I've got it all together, but I've spent most of my life putting on an act. Sure, I've been successful in my career and I've had great friends, but I worry about what people think about me all the time. And you're wrong if you think I don't need anything. He took a deep breath and blew it out, his nerves nearly keeping him from saying the words, but he continued. I need you. He heard her quiet breaths in the silence. Really? Emily whispered. How could she not see it? Really? He looked into her eyes, wondering at the depth behind them. He closed the distance until her lips were an inch from his. She closed her eyes and he pressed his lips to hers. He breathed her in as he tightened his grip around her. She kissed him back, gently at first, but as her lips moved with his, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him closer. A shrill beep sounded and Emily jumped, bumping into the counter behind her. Oh, it's the chicken. It's done. Cole reluctantly released her and she turned, picked up an oven mitt, and removed the dish from the oven. The heat filled the room, and he was anxious for her to close the door and move into his arms again. It's done, she tilted her head toward the chicken as she repeated herself. But I'm not. He reached for her and she easily came into his embrace. He wrapped one hand around her waist and took her hand in the other. I've wanted to do that for a very long time. Me too, she admitted, just before his mouth captured hers. With her free hand, she cupped the back of his head. She stood on her tiptoes, and he kept his arm firmly around her waist as he balanced her. Hating to do it, he reached for her hands and pulled his lips away from hers. He kissed one hand and then the other. Emily let out a deep breath. Worth the wait, she asked. Cole leaned his forehead against hers. I want to say yes, but I also wish we hadn't waited so long. He couldn't help himself, he leaned in and kissed her once more. He kept his hands on hers. But yes, it's worth everything. Chapter 20. Cole stood outside Emily's house. It was still 15 minutes until he was supposed to be there, but he couldn't wait any longer. He made quick steps up the sidewalk and knocked on the door. He thought he would be nervous, it was their first real date after all, but he wasn't the least bit. Everything about Emily was wonderful, and everything about them being together seemed right. Well, everything except for who her brother was, but Cole thought surely things would be different when he saw them together. Jackson would see that they were right for each other, and he wouldn't put up a fight. Cole hoped. But for now, Jackson wasn't here. Emily was, and he planned to focus only on her. The door opened, and Cole thought his heart might actually leap out of his chest. Hey, Emily said. She stepped back into the foyer as she opened the door the rest of the way, revealing the light purple sundress she wore. Do you want to come in? Or leave now? Cole stepped inside and pushed the door closed behind him. Just for a minute, he said. He wanted to kiss her, needed to kiss her. He slipped his hand into hers and lowered his head until their lips met. Warmth flooded him and he knew this was where he wanted to be forever. He dropped her hand and reached both hands to either side of her face, her arms went around his waist and he felt as if he couldn't get close enough. He pulled her to him and leaned back against the door. He still held her face as he pulled back to look at her. Hi. Hi, she let out a giggle. Are you ready to go? If you are. She said. Sure, let's go get some dinner. She blushed, the adorable shade of pink he'd come to know and love. Love? Was that really what this was? All he knew for sure was that this was a feeling he'd never experienced before. At the restaurant, Cole held onto her hand as if she was a precious jewel. She had told him she had always thought he was competent, but nothing made him feel more competent than having her by his side. When they were seated, Emily explained her dietary needs to the waiter and asked that the chef come to their table to discuss the food preparation. Cole squeezed her hand as she finished speaking. I'm proud of you, he said. For what? For not being afraid to move forward with your new eating plan. Emily shrugged. I don't think I have much choice. I know, but it's still a lot to take in. You could be sitting at home eating a piece of fruit and afraid to come out and keep enjoying life. I guess that's true. I did some research on this restaurant. They have a gluten-free menu, and if I can talk to the chef, I can make sure he understands. I don't like to tell another chef how to do their job, but it's always been important to me to accommodate dietary needs. I just want to make sure the chef here wants to do the same. And maybe that will help others with celiac who eat here in the future. Cole lifted her hand to his lips and kissed it. That's thoughtful of you. See? Always thinking of how you can help other people. Emily smiled. I try. I like being helpful. I know. But I think you're pretty helpful too. Oh. You've been a good friend to Jackson all these years. He has always spoken so highly of you. And when he decided to move here and you moved too, that had to be a sacrifice. Cole shrugged. Not really. The business was moving, and it made sense for me to move too. But you had friends in Atlanta, and your family is there too, right? Cole nodded. My parents. Tell me about them. Sure, but first I need to decide what I'm going to eat. He said, hoping to avoid a less than pleasant conversation. What do you recommend? I haven't eaten here before, but I've heard the sea scallops are amazing. They have steak too, which is usually a good option. I'm going to have the pineapple glazed grilled chicken. That sounds good. She hadn't looked away, and he had a feeling she wasn't going to accept his change of subject that easily. I know. I've been thinking about it all day. I've been thinking about you all day. Emily grinned at him. So, back to what you're going to order. Do you always do that? What? Plan what you're going to order before you get to a restaurant? Emily laughed. Usually, yes. I like to look over the menu before I decide to go somewhere. It's the chef in me that needs to know what kind of foods they serve. Do you also look up their health rating? He joked. Emily looked at him sheepishly. Doesn't everyone? It was Cole's turn to laugh. No, they don't. Maybe they should. Do you know how many people get food poisoning at restaurants every year? She wrinkled her nose. Cole shook his head. No idea. Maybe you don't want to. But I do, and I know what kinds of things go on in restaurant kitchens. So a good health rating is important to me. So if I suggested a place and wanted to go there and they had a bad rating, you would? Cole raised his eyebrows. I probably wouldn't go, and I would say you shouldn't either. Food is good, but not worth getting sick over. I agree. I think I'll go with a steak since you suggested it. Just make sure you tell them exactly how you want it cooked. If I had a nickel for every man that orders his steak one way, and when it comes out, he says it's not cooked the way he ordered it, then I could start my own restaurant. How do you know it's men? Her eyes narrowed. Oh, I know. Yeah, you're probably right. But is that something you'd like to do? Start your own restaurant someday? Emily looked thoughtful for a moment. I don't know. Maybe someday. But I really prefer being in the kitchen. Running a business doesn't sound like something I would enjoy all that much. The waiter returned and took their orders with the chef by his side. Cole watched as she specifically, but kindly explained her needs. When she was finished, Cole handed over the menus, then leaned back and crossed his arms. Now, that's all decided. So you can tell me about your parents. Oh, right. Cole paused and cleared his throat. Well, not a lot to tell really. They live in Atlanta, they always have. My dad works in the finance industry and my mom is what you would probably call a socialite, or at least that's what she wants to be. Emily sipped her sweet tea and seemed to wait for him to say more. I guess you would say they're good people. My dad works hard, and my mom keeps up the house and appearances. What did that mean for you? Cole let out a sigh. It meant that they were always watching me and pressuring me to do better, be more. But it's always about the appearance of everything. In elementary school, I remember getting my report cards. Anything less than all A's was totally unacceptable. B's don't get you into a good college, my mom would say. She told you that in elementary school? Emily's eyes grew wide. Yep, sure did. But that was just preparation for middle school and high school. Then I was supposed to get good grades, do my chores perfectly, and play sports and be in as many school clubs as possible. You should see how many pictures there are of me in the yearbook. Cole tried to laugh it off. Were they things you liked, at least? Some of it. I liked basketball and baseball, but they didn't want me to play football, it was too dangerous. I wasn't a huge fan of student government or speech and debate. I guess that's where I really learned to play the part. Did you ever tell them you didn't like it? Oh sure, I tried in 5th grade. That was when they wanted me to be in the school choir. I said I didn't like to sing. They were shocked that I would ever say I didn't want to do something. That got me a lecture about how fortunate we were and how they spent good money for me to be involved in so many things. So after that, I generally tried to fall in line with what they wanted me to do. It wasn't until high school that I really understood how important it was to them for our family to look good. He drew his eyebrows down. Even though at home, all they did was fight. I'm sorry. Emily reached out and put her hand on her arm. It comforted him more than she could know. Thanks. I've gotten used to them. And it got easier once I moved out. It still feels ridiculous to see them pretending to be a perfect couple in public when I know how they are behind closed doors. Did they want you to become an architect? Actually no, that one was my own idea. But they were all right with it. I guess they would have preferred a doctor or lawyer, but architect was acceptable. I'm glad you made that choice on your own. Emily smiled. Me too. I picked my college too. So it wasn't all bad. And they're pretty supportive and happy for me as long as it fits within their guidelines. That's good, at least, Emily said, dropping her gaze. Cole sighed and reached out and took her hand. I know. I'm fortunate in a lot of ways. I don't mean to complain. I'm glad that they've been around. It's just always a lot of pressure to keep up and to be who they want me to be. Emily nodded. I understand. Family can be complicated, whether they're there or not there. What about your brother? What do you think he's going to say about this? Cole pointed between the two of them. Emily made a show of taking a big breath and blowing it out. I'm not sure, honestly. It's part of why I thought we would never be this. She mimicked his hand motion. But he cares a lot about both of us, so I think once he sees that we're happy, then he'll be happy too. We are happy, aren't we? Cole grinned. Happier than I've ever been before. Chapter 21. Emily awoke early Saturday morning. She was too excited to sleep. She was scheduled to work that afternoon, but Cole said he wanted to spend time together before she went to work. A smile spread across her face as she stretched her arms over her head. It all seemed so natural with him. Why had she been so nervous around him? It helped to know that he cared about her and that he actually liked her. Especially when he probably knew as much about her as anybody. Her brother liked to tell stories, and she was sure Cole had heard plenty about her. Her phone rang then, as if Jackson knew she was thinking about him. "Hello there, big brother. I don't think you're supposed to be calling me on your honeymoon." Jackson laughed, and Emily could hear Allie giggling too. "We're both here," Allie said. "He had permission." "I'm glad to hear it. I wouldn't want to get my brother in trouble with his wife." "No worries," Jackson said. "We're at the airport, so we're killing time until our flight leaves. Just thought I would check in with you." "Yes, we miss you," Allie said. "It's strange to go this long without seeing you." Emily felt the twinge of sadness in her heart. "I've missed y'all too." "Have you had a good trip?" "Yes, it's been wonderful." Emily held up her hand as if they could see her. "That's all the information I need." Allie giggled again. "I can tell you about the resort when we get home. The beach is beautiful." "I'm sure it is." "I can't wait to see you, even though I'm sure I'll be jealous of your tan." "I was going to offer to pick you up from the airport, but Cole said he was picking you up." "Yeah, he is," Allie said. "When did you talk to Cole?" Jackson asked. Emily bit her lip. She hadn't meant to admit that she had talked to Cole, but she had no plans to lie to her brother. "Yesterday." "Oh," Jackson said. Emily knew he was waiting for her to say more, but she simply said, "Yes." "Did you see him?" Jackson's voice sounded suspicious. "I talked to him on the phone." "You know, I'm allowed to talk to your friends." "I know." Jackson said. He paused and Emily heard him sigh. Be careful though. I know he's a new believer, and I'm thrilled about that. But he's not going to change his whole life overnight." "What is that supposed to mean?" "I just don't want you to get hurt. He has some different views about life. Things do change. But I'm not arguing about this with you. Just chill." Okay. I'm just telling you. I've known him for a long time, and I care about him. But I care about you too. So just be careful." Emily huffed. "I can take care of myself." "I know you can. But I like to help. Anyway, I don't want to fight. Can we do dinner when we're home? Sunday night?" She let out a slow breath, telling herself to calm down. It gave her time to think through her schedule and remember that she knew Jackson was just being protective. "Sure. I'm off work." "Great. We'll plan on it. See you then." "Bye, Allie called out. "Bye, Mrs. Franklin." "Bye, Jackson." Emily hung up and tossed the phone on the bed. Cole had asked what Jackson would think. Maybe Emily's hopes were too high that Jackson would be happy for them. Still, he hadn't seen them together yet. Once he knew they were good together, everything would be fine. She pushed away the tiny voice she heard saying Jackson might be right. He had never wanted Emily and Cole to be more than friends. She knew he had said as much to Cole. So what if he had good reasons for that? She liked Cole, liked him a lot, but she had always respected Jackson's opinion. Was she ready to give that up now? Emily shook her head as she climbed from bed to start her day. Jackson was her brother, but he might be a little overprotective. Emily would go and enjoy her time with Cole. But it was hard to shake the thought of Jackson's reminder, "Be careful." Chapter 22. Cole drummed his fingers on the steering wheel as he sat in the airport parking lot. His heart drummed the same nervous rhythm. When he had agreed to pick Jackson and Allie up, he hadn't known that by then he would have jumped in the deep end of a relationship with his best friend's sister. But Jackson didn't have to know that yet, right? They could keep it a secret just a little bit longer. Besides, Emily had made him promise he wouldn't say anything. They needed to do that together. His phone buzzed with the text that the newlyweds were picking up their bags and would be out front to meet him. Here goes, Cole said to himself. He slowly made his way to the pickup line, wondering how he could stretch out the time. He had never wanted to avoid Jackson before, and he didn't like this strange feeling. When he finally made it to the curb, he put the car in park and jumped out. "Hey man." Jackson was just coming through the sliding glass doors with Allie close behind him. "Hey." Cole pasted on a smile and hoped his voice sounded normal. "How are the married folks?" He reached out and shook Jackson's free hand. "Great." Jackson said, happy to be home. "Thanks so much for coming to get us," Allie said. "Of course, no problem." Was he talking too fast? And was his voice a notch higher than usual? He cleared his throat. "Here, let me take that." He reached for the suitcase Allie held. Turning away made it easier to hide his expression as he opened the trunk and loaded the bags. Cole climbed back into the driver's seat and his stomach knotted when he saw Jackson in the seat next to him. Don't you want to sit in the back with your wife?" He chuckled. "I can play chauffeur." Jackson laughed, seeming not to notice Cole's nerves. "I think we can bear to be a couple feet away for the drive." Cole glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Allie grin. "Yes, but only for that long." She winked. "Well then, let's get you two home." Cole told himself to focus on the road and act normal. "So what's been going on at home?" Cole shrugged. "Not much." That wasn't true at all, but it was all he could say. "Did everything go well at the office?" "Sure did. No problems to speak of. We've got a new project to put a bid in for next week. But we don't have to talk about work right now. You're still on vacation until Monday." Jackson took a deep breath and let it out slowly as he dropped his head back on the headrest. "That's true. And a vacation was perfect. You know, I haven't taken a day off since we moved to Twin Creeks?" Cole nodded. "I know, and you're not the only one." "It's your turn next, Cole," Allie said. His heartbeat ticked up a notch. My turn for what? Had she already figured it out? Did she think he and Emily were making plans? "Your turn to take a vacation." "Oh, yeah. I'm sure I'll get around to that sometime." "She's right," Jackson said. "You covered for me, so whenever you want to take some time off, I'll do the same for you." Cole cleared his throat again. "Thanks, I appreciate it." Guilt welled up inside. Would Jackson want to do him any favors if he knew he was seeing his sister? Allie and Jackson launched into telling him about the flight and the resort where they stayed. But Cole only nodded and kept his eyes on the road. He couldn't listen when he felt like he was betraying his best friend by doing exactly what he'd told him not to. Cole was relieved to pull up in front of their house. He jumped out, unloaded their bags and carried them to the door in record time. "Do you want to come in?" Allie asked. He held up his hands. No. I'll just let you guys get settled." "Thanks again for picking us up," Jackson said. "We want to have you over for dinner soon," Allie added. He forced himself to smile. "Sounds great. See you later." He hoped they wouldn't notice how he bolted to the car. Surely they would be too engrossed in each other. Without much thought, he drove straight to Emily's. His heart was still pounding with guilt when he knocked on her door. "Hey," Emily said, sounding surprised to see him. "Come on in." "Hey," he barely managed as he passed her and headed straight for the couch. He sat down and dropped his face into his hands. "What's wrong?" Emily was at his side in an instant. "I just dropped Jackson and Allie off. I thought I was going to pass out if I didn't get out of there." Emily laughed. "Oh, is that all?" He lifted his head and turned to her. Hearing her laugh calmed him and the corners of his mouth lifted. "So, it's funny, huh?" "Actually it is." She continued her laugh. "Not if you're me." "You didn't tell them, did you?" "No, of course not. but I was afraid something might slip or that they would ask me about you. And I'm nervous about when we do tell them." She waved a hand in the air. "Don't worry. That's easy for you to say. You're not the one Jackson will be mad at." Emily bit her lip. "I'm not sure about that. But we can't worry about it either way. We have made our decision and he will have to get used to it." Cole took a deep breath and let it out. What if he doesn't like it? What if he really is mad? Emily seemed to think about that for a minute. She wrinkled her forehead and blinked several times. Cole watched her, thinking about how beautiful she was. "He might not be happy, but we'll just have to work it out. We'll tell him and then we'll talk through it like adults. I don't want to upset Jackson, so I want to do it gently. But I won't hide it from him, and I don't want to hide our feelings anymore." Cole searched her eyes and saw the honesty and kindness there. "I don't either. I care about you, Emily, and I don't want that to be a secret. From you or anybody else." He moved close until their foreheads touched. He grinned as he put his hands around her waist. "But I do have to get back at you for laughing at me." With that he ran his fingers across her ribs, tickling her as she squealed. "Oh no, no, please stop," she said, even as she giggled. "Are you going to laugh at me again?" he teased. "Maybe," she said. Cole laughed then too. "That's probably true. Fine, I'll let it slide this time." He stopped tickling and wrapped her in his arms. "Besides, there's something else I'd rather do." Emily tilted her head back to look at him. "Oh," she said, her blue eyes teasing him. "What's that?" He didn't answer with words, but leaned in and pressed his lips to hers. She responded and wrapped her arms around his neck as she kissed him. When he pulled back to look at her, she was the only thing on his mind. He couldn't think about anyone else they needed to tell about their relationship, and he wouldn't worry about the future now. He wanted only to focus on Emily. He had wasted enough time trying to stay away from her. But not now. Right now he just wanted to be with her. He had never known he could be so happy. Chapter 23. Cole paced beside his car in the parking lot. He had arrived at church much earlier than he needed to, even after he stood, dressed and ready, and paced his living room for a while. He couldn't sit still, his nerves would shoot back up every time he tried. There was excitement too, but definitely nerves. It was hard to say what the mixture was. After he left Emily's the night before, he had driven home to his quiet apartment. Jackson had his own life now, and Cole was still figuring his out. He was still worried about telling Jackson, but he knew he wanted his life to include Emily. And today he knew he wanted to be in church. After the years of staying as far away as he could, it almost felt laughable. But he didn't care. This was good. He was excited that Emily would be there, but nervous that Jackson would be too. Finally, it was time to go in. As soon as he walked into the sanctuary, his nerves melted away. This was the place where God had spoken to him. It had been the beginning of a big change for him. Everything was going to work out, he just knew it. "Hey there," Emily's voice behind him brought a smile to his face before he turned around. He had to step backwards when he found Jackson and Allie standing beside Emily. "Hey, guys." Cole tried to temper his excitement, and his arms ached at not being able to pull Emily into the embrace he had planned before he saw her brother. "Hey, dude." Jackson punched him in the arm. "I'm not sure when I'll get used to seeing you in church every Sunday." Cole grinned. "Get used to it. I'll be here every week." "I'm glad to hear it," Jackson said. The four of them filed into a pew, with Jackson leading the way. The women sat next to each other in the middle, so Cole had no choice but to sit next to Emily. Not that he minded. Emily and Allie chatted non-stop until the music started. Cole silently prayed that he would be able to focus on the service. While the music played and during the sermon, Cole resisted the urge to hold Emily's hand. She was so close, it would be so easy and wonderful. But he knew they couldn't yet. Soon, he told himself. Where should we go for lunch? Allie asked as soon as they were dismissed. I'm starving, Jackson said. Let's go to the Mexican restaurant. Cole shrugged. Sure, sounds good. Great, we'll see you there. Jackson took Ollie's hand and the newlyweds made their way out of the sanctuary. Emily turned to look at him. Are you ready for this? He blew out a big breath. I don't know. Do I have a choice? Emily giggled. Nope, it's now or never. Cole nodded. Now it is. 20 minutes later, they sat at a table across from Allie and Jackson. Cole was busy telling his nerves to calm down. Before the waiter came to take their orders, Cole could see the anxiety in Emily's eyes as she looked over the menu. Do you know what you're going to get? He asked her. She nodded slowly. I think I'll have the chicken taco salad, no shell. No shell? Jackson scrunched his face as he asked. Why? Emily placed her menu on the table and looked at Allie and Jackson. Because I need to eat gluten-free. Jackson kept the confused and a little disgusted look on his face. Why? He repeated. Like you just don't want to eat bread anymore? Cole saw Emily's eyes flash in frustration. But she managed to calmly say. No, I would never choose that just for fun. I had some blood tests done because I was having some health issues. Turns out I have celiac, which means my body reacts badly to gluten and I can't have it at all. Jackson stared, his mouth slightly open. But Allie was the one to speak, her eyes looked sad. I'm so sorry. Emily shrugged. Me too, she sniffed ever so slightly. But it will be all right. The waiter appeared then and took their orders. Emily ordered carefully and explained her needs. Cole felt terrible that she would have to do that every time she went out to eat. When the waiter was gone, Jackson pounded both hands on the table. It shook the silverware and Emily jumped. Jackson smiled, but the look in his eyes concerned Cole. So, he said. What's been going on with you two? Emily looked from Cole to Jackson. He wanted to say nothing, to keep their relationship just between them for a little bit longer. Things were going so well, but it could go downhill once the news came out. Cole raised his eyebrows as if to ask her if he should tell them. She gave a slight nod. That's something we wanted to talk to you about, Cole said. We? Jackson said. Is there a we? Allie asked with far more excitement in her tone. Cole reached out and took Emily's hand in his. Yes, we. He looked up to see Jackson's eyes widen and his face turn a slight shade of red. Cole swallowed hard before he continued. Emily and I have been building a friendship for a while now, but it wasn't until after your wedding that it became something more. Jackson, I know you're concerned. But I care about Emily. You're right, I'm concerned, Jackson bellowed. Honey, lower your voice, Allie said. Jackson did, but there was a bite to his words. Cole, I know you. And you're my friend, but I won't hide my feelings. I'm not happy about this. There it was. Emily had been wrong. We hoped you would be, Cole said. Jackson shook his head. I'm sorry, I'm just not. I have to be honest. I've seen you date women. You're all in for a week or a month and then you're done. You break up with them and leave them feeling like it's their fault. And why? Because you don't want to make a commitment and you never plan to get married. You've told me that yourself. So forgive me if I don't want to see you do that to my sister. Emily pressed her hand to her lips. She cut her eyes to Cole, almost as if she wanted to ask him about Jackson's accusations, but she didn't. A pit formed in his stomach. Emily focused her attention on her brother. Jackson, hold on a minute. I know you're my brother, but we're adults, and we're allowed to make our own decisions. Yes, you are. But I'm an adult and I'm allowed to express my opinion, he countered. Emily nodded slowly. You're right. And you've done that. silence fell over the table. Cole and Jackson stared at each other. Cole opened his mouth to say something, then he sighed and looked down at the table. The food arrived and they ate in silence for a few minutes. Allie seemed desperate to turn the conversation. I have to tell you about the resort. The restaurant was amazing, you would have been impressed. Of course, their food wasn't as good as yours, but still great. We ate there almost every night and tried a different dish each time. Emily gave a tight-lipped smile. That's great. I'm glad you had a good time. Allie looped her arm through Jackson's. It was wonderful. But we're also happy to be home. I've got a lot of unpacking to do. You'll have to come over soon and help me decide on some of the home decor. Our room and bathroom are done, but the rest of the house could really use some work. Jackson cleared his throat and seemed to try to move forward with the new conversation. I feel like this is about to get expensive. I thought you did all that stuff before we moved in. Allie turned to him. I didn't have much time while I was busy planning the wedding. I know, Jackson kissed her temple. Now you'll have more time to focus on it. I'm sure you'll make it beautiful. Cole silently ate his food. He wanted to be mad at Jackson for what he'd said, and he was. But what if Jackson was right? What if he did hurt Emily? And what if, after all this, he failed the person he had come to care about the most? Emily sat quietly in her thoughts on the way home from the restaurant. She had hoped Cole would follow her home so they could talk. But he said his goodbyes to everyone, saying he had some things to do at home. She pulled into the driveway and carried her Bible and purse into the house. She could feel a headache coming on, but this time she knew the cause. And it wasn't something she ate. Inside, she collapsed on the couch and laid a hand over her eyes. Was it true what Jackson had said? Did Cole never want to get married? Not that they had discussed it, but she wasn't looking for a relationship that was going nowhere. She pushed away the thought that she would be like every other girl he had dated, however briefly. Her phone buzzed, and she smiled when she saw a text from Cole. But her delight quickly faded when she read the message, "Sorry I left without saying anything. I just need some time to think." Before she could change her mind, she hit the button to call him. It rang several times before going to voicemail. I know you're there, you just texted me, she said out loud before pressing the button again. Hey. Cole's voice came across the phone, but he didn't sound like himself. He sounded upset and defeated. Hey, want to talk about it? No, like I said, I just need some time. For what? Jackson just hit me with some hard words, and I need to think about it. Oh, you can't worry about Jackson. His bark is worse than his bite. It's not that. It's just that, well, maybe he's right. Emily's heart sank. After all this time, and everything you said last week, you're going to let him talk you out of it? Cole sighed. I don't know. I just need to think. Can you just let me do that? Emily's next words came out in a huff. Sure, take all the time you need. But I don't need any time. I finally know what I want, but maybe you're not who I thought you were. With that, she hung up. She stood from the couch and went to the kitchen. Banging pots and pans and slamming cabinet doors, she pulled out dishes and ingredients. At first, she didn't know what she was going to make, she only knew that she needed to be in the kitchen. She decided on chocolate and found everything she needed for chocolate chip cookies, including the gluten-free flour she had picked up. She could only hope gluten-free cookies soothed a soul like regular ones. Emily worked quickly and loudly. It was cathartic to make noise and get out her frustration. She slid the pan of cookies into the oven and let the door slam closed, only then did she let her thoughts envelope her. She dropped onto a stool, then propped her elbows on the counter and let her face fall into her hands. Why did I believe him? I should have known he would run when Jackson was back. She let the tears slide down her cheeks as she thought about her parents, her dad who had given up on them. He might not have meant to leave them, but he made choices that caused it. And her mom had been absent. And now Jackson was married, starting his own life, and wouldn't have the time for her he had before. Why had she thought Cole would stick around? Obviously what we had wasn't worth fighting for. She waited for the oven timer to beep, then carried a plate of cookies to the living room and flipped on a mindless show. Might as well waste her afternoon on something ridiculous. She had no hope that anyone would be calling or stopping by for the rest of the day. Chapter 24. Cole had sat on the couch all afternoon, and now his stomach was growling. He'd barely eaten his lunch since Jackson's speech had left him without an appetite. Standing, he went to the kitchen, even though he knew there wasn't much in the way of food. He hadn't grocery shopped since Jackson moved out. There had been plenty of takeout, and Emily had kept him well fed. Cole wondered if that was over now. He wished things were different. His heart was yelling at him to go to her now, but his mind echoed Jackson's words. He sighed as he pushed cans around the pantry. He found a can of soup and hoped it wasn't too out of date. He grabbed a pot from the cabinet and went through the motions of heating up the soup. Maybe he would try harder to learn how to cook for himself. Surely there was a cookbook with recipes for only one person. Thoughts of Emily cooking for one in her own house swirled around his mind. Was she thinking of him? She had said she knew what she wanted, and it had encouraged him that she was willing to fight for their relationship, but Cole couldn't shake the feeling that Jackson was right. Cole had given him every reason to believe that if he dated Emily, he would end things in a matter of weeks. That was his trademark. And it had worked pretty well, too. Maybe not for the girls he dated. Cole had enjoyed spending time with them for a little bit, but he never wanted it to get too serious. He thought he cut things off in time that they wouldn't think they were headed into a long-term relationship. He tried to keep it light and fun. But deep down, Cole knew they were always hurt anyway. He didn't want that for Emily any more than Jackson did. The thought of it actually made him as upset as Jackson must feel. What if it was too late, and he'd already hurt her? Cole collapsed on the couch and closed his eyes. God, I'm still new to this praying thing. But I need help. Jackson has seen me in relationships with girls, so I get why he wouldn't want me to date his sister. And I'm not sure that I've changed my mind about marriage either. It still sounds like a big commitment, and there's no guarantee that it would last forever. So what am I doing? I don't want to date Emily for a few weeks, then hurt her and lose my best friend all in one swoop. Cole fell silent. He had hoped there might be some kind of writing on the wall or a voice that told him the right thing to do. But he didn't see or hear anything. Maybe this was all a mistake to begin with. I tried to stay away all this time, only to give in to these feelings, and now what? I don't just want to be with Emily, I need it. But I'm not sure I can have that. God, please, can you show me what to do? Cole felt a sense of comfort that God was with him. Maybe he had messed up, and he wasn't sure what to do next. But God was with him, he knew that much. He stood from the couch and grabbed his tennis shoes and his keys. He didn't have any answers, so for now he would take his problems to the gym. The only thing he knew for sure was that he didn't want to hurt Emily. And maybe the best way to do that was to stay away from her. Chapter 25. Emily only glanced at the plate of fried chicken on the stainless steel work table. It was about to be cut into pieces and added to a fresh, green salad, but Emily could have grabbed it off the plate and gobbled it down in a second. She didn't, but she thought about it. She would save eating her feelings for later when she was at home, with chocolate. She had tried to put her personal problems out of her mind at work. But at least one of them stared her in the face with almost every dish she prepared. The other one lurked in the back of her mind, even though she wished he would appear in front of her. Cole hadn't spoken to her at all the rest of Sunday and the whole day on Monday. But Monday night he sent a text. I'm sorry, Emily. I think this was just a mistake. I hope we can still be friends. Emily wanted to scream. They hadn't been friends. He was her brother's friend, and he made his way into her life. And then she fell for him. They weren't friends before, and they weren't going to be friends now. She had never thought it would happen, and then it had. There had been a brief glimmer of hope that they could be something good together, but that spark had died out fast. Emily picked up a pan and went to work grilling the next dish. She was good at this. People loved her food and her ideas. The restaurant was full tonight and there was plenty of work to do. She would focus on that and keep herself busy with the work she knew she was good at. Especially since it was all she had now. She hoped Jackson wouldn't hold it against her that she had a brief lapse in judgment. That's all it was, wasn't it? She had known Cole didn't do the long-term relationship thing, she'd heard enough about it in the past. Emily leaned against the counter and pressed her fingertips to her temples. Maybe she had known better, and maybe it was just a mistake. That didn't mean it didn't hurt. And it didn't mean she couldn't wish he hadn't given up on them. Cole stared at the TV. There was a soccer match on, but he was barely keeping track as the players kicked the ball from one end of his screen to the other. An empty hamburger wrapper lay beside him on the couch. He hadn't gotten to that cooking for a single guy thing yet. The sound of the front door opening startled him and he sat straight up until he heard Jackson's voice. "Hey, it's me. Dude, you scared me." Cole went back to his reclining position. "You know you don't live here anymore, right?" Jackson grinned. "Oh, I know, but I still have a key." "But if you don't live somewhere, you're supposed to knock." Nah. Jackson tossed his keys on the table and dropped onto the couch. "Man, what are you doing?" Cole pointed at the TV. "Watching a game." "Not that." "What are you doing?" That got Cole's attention. "What are you talking about? First you tell me you like my sister. Then the next thing I know she says you won't talk to her anymore. Dude, what gives?" Cole sat up and turned the TV off. They weren't going to beat around the bush. He turned and stared at Jackson with wide eyes. "What do you want from me?" "You didn't want me to date her." "Fine. We're not dating." "So you broke up with her just because I didn't like it?" That doesn't sound like the Cole I know. "No, not just because you didn't like it." He clenched his jaw as all the reasons ran through his mind. Didn't Jackson know this was hard enough for him? Jackson continued as if he hadn't heard him. "The Cole I know would have told me to mind my own business and would have gone on to prove me wrong." Cole scratched the back of his head. "So you told me you didn't want me dating your sister, and what you actually wanted me to do was date your sister." Jackson scrunched his eyes and nose. "No, not really. I meant it when I said what I said. But I'm worried about you because this doesn't seem like you." Cole shrugged. "People change." "So you're giving up then?" Cole threw his hands in the air. "It's not because you didn't like it. You're right, before I would have taken that as a challenge. Maybe not even worried about who I hurt, but stuck to my guns to prove myself. But it was because of what you said." "Which part?" "The part where you said I never last in relationships and that I was never going to get married." Jackson held up his hands. "I didn't say you were never going to get married, I said you had made it clear you didn't want to." "Same thing." "No, it's not. If I said you were never going to get married, that would mean I didn't believe you ever could. You're the one who said you didn't want to. But if that has changed, then I'm all for it." Cole shook his head. "I don't know, man. I wanted things to be different. Emily is different from any girl I've ever known. I saw how she cares about everything she does and the people in her life, and I wanted to do the same thing for her. I wanted to care for her. The more I got to know her, the more I wanted to be around her. But maybe it was just because she wasn't someone I was supposed to date. Maybe I just wanted her because I couldn't have her." Jackson grinned. "I don't think that's true. I'm sorry, maybe I just wasn't paying attention because I was busy with my own plans. But the look on your face when you say her name, I've never seen you look like that. You really care about her, don't you?" Yeah, I do. Then why are you giving up? I told you. I never wanted to get serious. I don't want to start something only to see it fail. You were right about me. And you were right to protect your sister. I want to protect her too. That's why I told her it's over. I know, Jackson's voice was low. She told me. She did? Cole's eyebrows shot up. How is she? What did she say? Jackson patted his friend on the shoulder. I think you should talk to her and find out. Cole shook his head. I can't. Listen, Cole, I've known you for a long time and I've seen you do some stupid things. But if you give up on this, then that tops them all. She wants you to call her. She wants to hear from you. And from everything you've said to me just now, I think you should be with her. Jackson paused and took a deep breath. I'm still a little nervous about it too. I've protected Emily for a long time, but she's smart and mature and she can handle this decision herself. And Cole, there are no guarantees in life. But sometimes you have to try something and give it a chance. I can't promise that it won't end, but if you don't try, then you've already failed. Cole stared at the floor. His heart pounded against his ribs in excitement and fear at the thought of trying again with Emily. And Cole, Jackson said. I'm glad I can say this to you now, and you might actually believe it. But God has a plan for you, and He has a plan for Emily. If He wants you to be together, then He will make a way. Cole only nodded. You were right before, Jackson said. About what? Cole asked. People change. Chapter 26. Emily walked into the coffee shop Friday morning and pasted a smile on her face. It had been a long week, and she had cried her share of tears. Tears for the feelings she'd had for Cole for so long that now meant nothing. But today she had decided she was done. If Cole didn't want to be with her, then she would be just fine on her own. So she smiled, and she waved at Allie, who was already seated in a booth in the back corner. Hey! Ollie's voice was cheerful, almost too cheerful, as she stood and reached out for a hug. Hi, Emily said. Allie was happy. Home from her honeymoon, married to a man she loved, and happy. Emily swallowed hard to push away the lump forming in her throat. She took a seat. How's everything? Everything's good. We're settling in at the house. I really want you to come see it. I know, I want to. I've just been busy at work. Emily left out that she had asked for more hours to keep herself distracted. But yes, soon. Well, I'm glad I could snag you for a little bit today. Me too, Emily said. I just need to leave in about 40 minutes. Then we better not waste time, Allie said. I already ordered coffee for us. She looked up and nodded when the girl behind the counter called her name. Allie walked to the counter and returned with 2 coffee cups. She placed one in front of Emily. Here you go. Now, take a sip, then I want to hear what's been going on with you. Emily took a sip as instructed, but she shook her head. Not much to tell. I've just been working a lot. Allie frowned. You know that Jackson and I talk. Right. That was the problem with you marrying my brother. Emily laughed, but her smile quickly faded. I guess you know then, about, she paused, feeling like saying his name might be painful. Cole. Allie reached out and patted Emily's hand. Yes, I'm sorry. I hope you're not mad at Jackson. And as for Cole, I don't know what's wrong with him. Emily's face showed her shock. What's wrong with him? It's what's wrong with me. Of course I'm not mad at Jackson. I mean, I was a little bit. But Cole could have stood up to him. He could have told him we were happy and Jackson would have to deal with it. But he didn't. Emily shrugged. I just wasn't worth it. No, that's not true. You're the most amazing person I know, and he's an idiot to walk away. You have to say that because you're my best friend. No, that's the reason you're my best friend. That's why we've been friends for so long. Honestly, I always feel like you're the better friend. You're loyal and kind, and you just have a way of asking how I'm doing and checking in on me. And you were so supportive when Jackson and I started dating. You mean when you started dating for real? Allie put her hand over her face. You're never going to let me live it down that we pretended we were dating, are you? Nope, Emily smiled. Especially since you didn't let me in on it. I know, I'm still sorry. But like Jackson says, I'm not sorry for how it worked out. But I also thought that Jackson would be fine with you dating Cole, since he is the one who married his sister's roommate. True. But I think the circumstances are a little different. I know, but that's why I tried to push you guys together. Emily squinted and tapped her finger on her chin as she looked at Allie. So you're admitting it now? I've been meaning to mention that little stunt you pulled about the paper he needed to get from my house. Allie held up her hands. Guilty. Obviously Jackson didn't know. No, he didn't. He also didn't know that I stalled him when you guys were having Cole's first cooking lesson. Emily's eyes grew wide. You didn't. Allie grinned as she sipped her coffee. Allie. I was terrified. I can't believe you did that. I just knew you two would like each other if you spent time together. Emily bit her lip and looked away. What? Allie said. The truth is, I always liked him. Really? Emily nodded. From the first time we met. He was so fun and easygoing, and he just seemed confident and comfortable in his own skin. Why didn't you ever tell me? It was more like a crush. I just knew that someone like him would never notice me. But Emily, he did. He asked Jackson about you once. He did? Her eyes grew wide. That couldn't be true, could it? Could he have been interested in her from the beginning too? Yes, they didn't know I heard. But it wasn't long after he moved here. It was just a simple question asking if you were coming to dinner. But I could hear it in his voice. And what did Jackson say? Allie lowered her gaze. It wasn't much different from what he said the other day. He told him not to get any ideas about you. Oh, Emily whispered. Allie let out a sigh. I think you both have been fighting feelings for each other for a long time. And this was just the time for it to finally come out. Yeah, Emily rolled her eyes. Too bad it was a short-lived adventure. What if it's not over yet? Oh, I think it is. He hasn't spoken to me, and the only thing he said is that he's sorry and this was a mistake. Allie patted her hand and smiled. You just never know what might happen. I'm not getting my hopes up again. Allie nodded, her face serious now. I don't think you have to get your hopes up. But I think you could pray about it. And pray for Cole, even if it's over between you two in the romantic sense. I know you care about him. And he could use the prayers either way. I know. Emily said. He's already made some big decisions lately, and I can see a difference in him. I think God has big plans for him. Emily nodded. She knew God had a plan for Cole, and she would pray for him. She couldn't stop thinking about him anyway. Even if she wasn't part of that plan. She glanced at her watch. But now I've got to get going. I'm sorry this was so short. Promise me you'll come see the house soon? Emily smiled. I promise. And Em? Yeah. I'll be praying for you too. And think about what I said, okay? Emily nodded. I promise. Chapter 27. Cole spent the weekend thinking about what Jackson had said. But more than that, he spent it praying. He had tried putting Emily out of his mind. But he couldn't. And the truth was, he didn't want to. When Sunday arrived, he wanted to go to church, but he wasn't ready to see her yet. He waited until the service had started and slipped into the back pew. Cole told himself to listen to the pastor, but he had a hard time focusing on the words. So he prayed. He opened his Bible and stared as the words blurred together. Only one word was clear: covenant. Cole had heard it before. In fact, very recently. When was that? He almost dropped his Bible on the floor as the memory came to him. It was at Jackson and Ollie's wedding. A covenant means an agreement or a contract, the pastor had said. But for a man and woman entering a biblical marriage relationship, it's much more than that. It's a covenant, not just between them, but with God. And it's this covenant that creates their bond. Not because they are just going to work hard and make their marriage perfect, but because God is creating the covenant with them, and He is the one who makes them one. Cole's heart pounded as the words echoed inside him. He had hardly been paying attention that day, but clearly he had taken in the message. The words played again and again, and he knew God had a plan for him. By the time he went to bed that night, an idea was forming in his head. He wasn't ready to give it all up. God, he whispered just before he fell asleep. Give me the strength to see it through. *****. Emily had promised Allie she would go to the house, but her work schedule was packed. When she found out she was off on Thursday night, she texted Allie to let her know. Now that the night had arrived, Emily wished she could stay home and sit on the couch in her PJs. But she wasn't going to let her new sister-in-law down. Allie had asked dozens of questions about ingredients, and Emily knew she had put a lot of work into making dinner gluten-free. That evening, she climbed out of her car and looked up at Jackson and Ollie's new house. She had seen it before, but now it looked different somehow. Maybe just knowing that they were living in it, sharing their new, married life, made it different. Emily sighed and trudged up the sidewalk to ring the doorbell. She tapped her fingers together as she waited, and when the door opened, she looked up and gasped. Cole? His name fell from her lips in a whisper. She cleared her throat and told her pulse to slow down to a normal speed. Fear wrapped itself around her heart. She hadn't prepared herself to see him tonight. Really, she didn't know when she would be ready to see him. He had said what they had together was a mistake, and that had left a deep wound. What are you doing here? He reached out for her hand, but she didn't budge. Come in and I'll tell you. He stepped back to allow her to pass. As she entered the house, she smelled garlic. Allie hadn't asked about garlic or any ingredients with a recipe including garlic, and she definitely hadn't mentioned that Cole would be there. What's going on? Where are Allie and Jackson? Cole shut the door and walked to stand in front of her. They're not here. What? I came to dinner at their house. To see them. She didn't add, not you. I know. I'm sorry. It was my idea. But I needed to see you. Why? Emily bit her lip, trying not to get her hopes up. Cole sighed. We need to talk. But first, come in the kitchen. He turned and walked through the living room into the kitchen. Emily reluctantly followed him. She told herself Allie and Jackson would be back soon. Cole probably wanted to talk to her first, to settle that they could be friends now. She could smile and nod and pretend that they could be friends. That would make Allie and Jackson happy. When she entered the kitchen, she was surprised to find Cole standing at the stove. On the counter were the ingredients for the Alfredo sauce she had taught him to cook. He was stirring a pot, and she glanced over the top to see what looked like perfect Alfredo sauce. In another pot, water was boiling. Without her permission, her mind wandered to that night. She remembered every time they bumped into each other in her kitchen. Each time his hand brushed hers, and the feel of him standing close. It pained her to know that was the beginning of their relationship and to think that now he was ending it in the same way. Are those spaghetti noodles? She asked. Cole pointed to the counter. Can you just have a seat? Let me finish up here. I don't want to mess anything up. Emily huffed as she plopped down on a stool and propped her elbows on the counter. Will Allie and Jackson be here to eat? That's the plan. So Emily was right. He just wanted her alone to smooth over the awkwardness. But why was he cooking in their house? She was left to wonder for a few minutes while Cole finished his preparations. Cole's smile spread wide as he carried 2 plates to the counter and placed one in front of her. Chicken Alfredo with gluten-free pasta. She turned slowly and stared at him. Really? Of course. I didn't know they made gluten-free pasta. But I did some research, and this was the brand that everyone said was the best. I watched a video to see exactly how to prepare it because they said it's a little different from regular pasta. Wow. Emily couldn't hide how impressed she was. Thanks. That was nice of you. Cole sat down next to her. Could we pray before we eat? He placed his hand on the counter, palm up, and waited for her to take his hand. Emily took a deep breath and only placed her fingertips in his hand. It still sent a shock through her to touch him. Cole closed his eyes and prayed. God, thank you for tonight. Thank you for Emily and how you brought her into my life. Bless this food that you created, and I pray you will prepare Emily to hear what I have to say. Emily stared at him as he prayed. When he said, Amen, he looked up and their eyes met. Cole, what's this all about? I have some things to say. Cole cleared his throat. I know I said that what happened between us was a mistake. But the only mistake I've made is giving up so easily. Emily's breath caught as she tried to convince herself that he was actually saying those words. I have lived a long time in fear of starting a relationship. I was afraid of failing, of the hard work that it would take to stick it out. So I put up walls and didn't let myself get too involved. But then I met you. Everything about you was happy and fun, and I wanted to be around you more and more. I wanted to be one of the people that you cared about. But this last week has been the longest week of my life. I've missed you, Emily. It turns out the hard part is actually not being in a relationship with you. Emily looked into his eyes as he laced his fingers with hers. Cole, I don't know what to say. She sniffed. It hurt that you didn't fight for us, that you were ready to just walk away. It really hurt. Cole didn't look away. I know. That's my fault and I'm so sorry. I was afraid that Jackson was right. I thought about what would happen if we kept going down this road and I messed it up. I couldn't stand the thought of losing you, and I admit I was going to let you go. He paused and squeezed her hand. But then I prayed, and God started showing me that if I follow him, he is the one who can make a way. And I don't have to be afraid of losing you if I trust him. He paused and cleared his throat, seeming nervous for the first time. Emily, if we go down this road, I'll fail you. I'll make mistakes, and I won't do it all right. You might even want to give up on me. He shook his head. But God won't let us go. He'll be there with us, and he's already promised us a hope and a future. And I know that if he gives me a future with you, he will be the one to make it last. Cole squeezed her hands. I know I've already hurt you, and I'm so sorry. But I want to make it up to you. I want to fight for what we have, and I want to be around for the long haul. A tear slid down Emily's cheek and she brushed it away. She hoped her voice would allow her to speak. Cole, I've been praying for you this week. I didn't want to let myself believe there was still hope for us. So I didn't pray for that. I just prayed for you, that God would show you who he wants you to be and what he wants you to do. I prayed you would walk with Jesus and trust him with everything in your life. Cole grinned. That means the world to me that you would pray for me. And I know God has answered your prayers. You know, for a long time I didn't believe he did that. I didn't believe he cared about the things that happened to us. But I was wrong. Because of Jackson and because of you, I met Jesus. That has changed everything. He changed me and showed me that he has a plan for me. God answered your prayers for me. I am trusting him with my future. And he has shown me who he wants me to be, a man who walks with him. And Emily, I want that walk to be with you. He stood and pulled Emily to stand with him. She looked into his eyes and believed every word he said. She looked down at their hands linked together, then back up to meet his eyes. I want to be with you too, Cole. Cole closed the distance and his lips met hers. He wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her close. Emily wrapped her arms around his neck and stood on her tiptoes to return his kiss. Joy welled up in her heart and she knew in his arms was where she had always wanted to be. The sound of someone clearing their throat caused Emily to jump backward and turn her head. Jackson's laughter echoed up to the ceiling. I guess you two worked things out. Emily felt certain her face was a deep shade of red. But Cole pulled her back to his side and placed a kiss on her cheek. Yes, I think we have. Hooray! Allie came from behind Jackson. Does this mean we can eat? I'm starving, Jackson said. Allie poked him in the stomach. Let them have a minute. She looked over the kitchen and the untouched plates on the counter. Looks like you two haven't eaten either. She shooed them out of the kitchen. You go on in the dining room, and Jackson and I will bring the food in there. Are you sure? I don't mind helping, Emily offered. No. Go ahead, we've got things here. Although it might take us a few minutes. Allie winked. Emily didn't have time to argue as Cole pulled her to the dining room. When they were in the clear, he stepped into the corner of the dining room and pulled her to his chest. Emily giggled as he kissed her. When they separated, Emily was breathless. I would say I need to pinch myself to make sure this isn't a dream. She brushed her fingertips against her lips, but I know that this feels real. Cole kissed her one more time, gently and quickly. It is real. And it's just the way it should be. I can't promise what the future holds. I don't know what God has for us, or where He will lead. But whatever the plan is, I want to go with you. Emily nodded. She hadn't planned to fall for Cole, she hadn't really believed anyone would ever fall for her. But God had always had a plan. I'll go with you, if you'll go with me, Emily said. Cole squeezed both of her hands in his. I'll go with you, Emily, anywhere and always. Just before their lips met, Emily whispered in agreement, anywhere and always. Epilogue. Michaela was having a wonderful time. Everyone was gathered around the table at the restaurant, and she was thrilled to be surrounded by her favorite people. She knew she was so blessed to have found this incredible group of friends when she moved to Twin Creeks a few years ago. It all started when she met Allie and Emily in their Sunday school class. They had been fast friends, and the rest of the group had expanded from there. Michaela glanced around the table at the familiar faces. Their group had expanded, for sure. It was easy to see it was mostly made up of couples now. Travis and Julie, Jackson and Allie, and now Cole and Emily. She was happy for her friends, truly. But that didn't mean she didn't wish for her own love story. Cole, can you pass the salt? Jackson called from his end of the table. Cole picked it up and slid it across the table to him. Michaela looked over at Allie and nodded. That was their signal. Allie pushed back from the table. Excuse me, I've got to go to the ladies' room. Michaela followed suit. I'll go with you. She stood and eyed Emily, hoping their plan would work. Oh, me too, Emily said. Girls, Jackson scoffed, always have to go to the bathroom together. Allie waved a hand as if to say she was ignoring him. Then she looped an arm through Emily's and Michaela's as a sign of solidarity. They're just jealous they're not included. They made their way to the restroom, talking and laughing along the way. Michaela just barely glanced over her shoulder to see the guys getting up from the table. When the girls returned, Emily stopped in surprise. Where did everybody go? She gestured to the empty table. Huh, Allie said, looking around. Michaela knew she was pretending not to know what was going on. Maybe they went out on the patio. Let's go see. Allie started that way but stopped to let Emily go in front of her. Emily pushed open the glass door and stepped onto the patio, then froze. Allie and Michaela stepped up and peered around her. Michaela put a hand to her chest as the butterflies fluttered inside her. She had only known the plans since that morning, but she had barely been able to contain her excitement during dinner. Candles lined the sidewalk, leading down to the pier at the edge of the lake. Allie gave Emily the slightest push. "Go on." Emily took a deep breath, then seemed to take each step slowly and confidently with her gaze locked on the man at the end of the candlelit path. As they watched her go, Michaela and Allie linked arms and made their way to their other friends waiting off to the side. They could just catch Cole's words as Emily reached him and he took her hands in his. Michaela's smile was so big it was almost painful. "Emily, I've been waiting for this day a long time. I would like to say for my whole life, but for a lot of my life, I never planned for this to happen." Emily giggled but stepped closer to him. You changed my life. Not only did you invite me to church and teach me to cook, but you made me realize that my life was about more than just me. You are the kindest, most caring person I've ever met. I love your laugh and your smile, and your passion for whatever you get involved with. I love you. I love you too," she whispered. "I want to spend the rest of my life caring for you, laughing with you, and living out the life that God has planned for us together. I started out as your brother's best friend, but I want more now. I want to be your best friend, your partner, and your husband." Cole sank down to one knee and pulled a small black box from his pocket. "Emily, will you marry me?" "Yes," Emily shouted. Cole stood and slipped a ring on her finger before wrapping her in his arms to kiss her. The entire group of friends cheered as they watched the two embrace. When they broke apart, Cole took Emily's hand in his and pumped them in the air. "We're engaged," he yelled. The friends all ran to them, shouting their congratulations while giving hugs and shaking hands. Michaela felt as if her insides might burst with happiness for her friend. She and Emily had been single together for a long time, and Emily had often said she thought she'd never get married. But God had a plan for her. Michaela had always known he did. The newly engaged couple was encircled by friends and family when Cole turned to Emily. "I hope it's all right that they're all here. I wanted the people we care about to be with us." Emily beamed with happiness as she looked around at her friends, then back at Cole. "I do care about all our friends, and I'm glad they're here. But mostly I'm happy to have the person I care about the most with me forever." Michaela smiled as she watched Emily and Cole kiss once more. Yes, God had a plan for them, even from the beginning when they tried to hide their feelings. And she could hold on to hope that God had a plan for her too. This has been Her Brother's Best Friend, Book 2 in the Love Off Limits series. Written by Hannah Jo Abbott. For more information and book, visit www.hannahjoabbott.com. Be sure to subscribe to this channel for more audiobooks. And look for Book 3, His Daughter's Teacher.